So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold, hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal, harvest the coal. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. The 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway, anyway. We take the roads, we take the trees by force. Oh, deliver us, Lord, from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn, before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us, Lord, from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us, Lord, from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Hello, 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 folks. How we doing? How we doing? Hello, hello, hi. Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. Hello, the all-powerful Kagan. Hello, Emily Sweetness. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Nyanrat. Hello, One-Eyed Heathen. Hello, Captain Fantastic. Hello, Micah. Hello, Nightlight Plushy Jesus. Hello, Erica. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, Captain Conundrum. Got a lot of captains around these parts. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Chris. Mango Kush is how I'm doing. That sounds delightful. Hello, the Big Cheese. I'm going to assume. Hello, CR. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog I know. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Lady Raincloud. Hello, PC Schwarz. Hello, Non-Applicable. Hello, Eddie666. I might have already said hello to you. Hello, Hit the Mat. Hello, Will Kale. Hello, Abyssal Anath. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Big Blasphemy is how I was going to try and read Sweet Blasphemy. Sorry. Hello, Dragonfly. Hello, Robberad said. Hello, Holly Hoomst. Hello, one and all, folks. Hello, Bastion. Hello, Jenna Sparks. Hello, 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 everyone. Yeah, today's a doozy. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis, and thank you for helping to invent the internet. Yeah, we are in a bit of a pickle today, aren't we, folks? Hello, Van Briggs. Hello, Superjet Guy. Oh, boy. So, yeah, the day that I've been talking about coming is here. We're well and truly, like, I know we've talked about the constitutional crisis in kind of an abstract, in like Donald Trump's administration positioning themselves as if they're going to not, as if they're going to break, the Supreme Court's edict or, rulings, but then kind of pulling back at the last moment. They've been playing kind of cute. We are now well and truly across that line. We are well and truly now across that line. And I know, Kiwi Tipi, I'm glad you mentioned Bernie, because I know a lot of people have been wondering, like, is Bernie Sanders is Bernie Sanders an AOC, or is that the next ticket for like 2028? Like, is that what's happening? Genuinely, I think it's something else at this point. Given the current nature of the crisis we are in, it is not inconceivable to me that they are working on mobilizing folks. I do not think that this is purely a campaign to get AOC in the presidency. I don't think it is a campaign to get Bernie into the presidency. I think that this is very specifically building political awareness and power in a much more immediate sense. This is not building power for an election that's 4 years from now. This is building power for the crisis we're in. I've also heard like rumors that there's a third party run. I don't think that's it. Genuinely, I think that it's what is said on the tin. And I think a lot of people are looking at the tea leaves, trying to read the bones, and they're coming to conclusions about like the political end of this. And I do not think that the end of this is necessarily an exercise in party politics. I think it is
Yeah, it's more building resistance, but like actual, true, informed, and enthusiastic resistance against Donald Trump. Because again, I think that the nature of the crisis we are in is immediate. It is not um something that we are going to be able to just kind of scoot on by, skate on by. It's not all going to be fine. And I guess that's kind of what I'm here to tell you today. It is not all going to be fine. We are in the midst of a genuine power struggle within the United States of America. It is what is on the tin. It is the Fight Oligarchy tour. It is specifically there to galvanize people to fight, to organize, to resist more than just the one rally. Because once they get in the doors, once they are in the crowd of that rally, the hope is that they stay activated once the rally is gone. We're gonna dive into the story of the day, and as far as I'm concerned, it is the story. But we are gonna cover a few other smaller things that have been going on that are incredibly important to talk about. We're gonna cover a couple of things. We're gonna cover tariffs, where tariffs stand. We're going to talk about the assassination attempt on Governor Josh Shapiro. We're going to talk about a few other things, and then we're going to get to the main story of the day, which is, of course, the constitutional crisis. Yeah, not enough time to stream in the stream to cover all the news. Yeah. Dangerous time to be a snowflake. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be one of the snowflakes on top of this nation we call America, for sure. So, folks, before we dive too deep into this, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider, sharing this with friends, family, neighbors, dogs, cats. Share the stream, and we're gonna dive into it. Okay. I'm absolutely terrified that something really, really bad is mere days away. Yeah, I mean, it is not an unfounded fear. I am here to tell you. Heading back to the US soon, very worried something bad is going to happen at the border for no reason. Yeah, like as a trans person, I don't want to travel anywhere outside of like, the places that have codified trans rights. I don't want to go through the border. I don't want to go anywhere. Getting my mom to watch you for the first time. Well, Mick Sinister's mom, I'm really sorry. I will probably say swear words. I would not usually say swears in front of parents, but girls got to do what a girl's got to do sometimes. I know, swears. It's true. It's true. If I'm not back in chat by like Saturday, y'all know what's up. Yeah. Okay. Swear words in this Christian stream? Yeah. Thanks for the offer, Van Briggs. Okay, first up, just as like a little preface, a little prelude to what is to come. So, folks, we've all been there. You know, you're chatting with the buds, you got a good group text going, and all of a sudden, one of them invites someone you didn't want in there. You know, you get someone in the door, and they're just, you know, not cool. And sometimes that not cool person is what we call a snitch. Now, as a result of one snitch, aka the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, we know that there have been a bunch of communications going on, at least 20 different signal chats, at the highest levels of the United States government. And those signal chats have been transmitting all kinds of confidential, super secret, top secret information, you know? And that, in and of itself, is illegal as hell. However, one of the features that was mentioned in the reporting on Signalgate is essentially, has kind of gone under the radar a little bit, but I really want to focus in on it for a second because it is maybe one of the most important parts. And that is, we have laws in place in the United States of America in order to ensure that communications, memos, etc., anything related to government business is on the record so that, you know, people in the future can go back, look at the documentation, figure out what happened, and also so that there is accountability for the things that people in power say and do. And so there are laws in place to maintain those channels of communication, right? And Chris, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I very, very much appreciate it. But those laws are essentially being flouted by every single person who has participated in these signal chats. And what I mean by that is every single one of those signal chats was set to delete messages. And, well, part of the investigation into signal chat is to determine, hey, were these protected communications that are protected under law, were they destroyed? To that end, the CIA went through the CIA director's phone. And as of, I'm going to say 2 hours ago-ish, maybe 3 hours ago-ish, we now know that the answer to that is yes. Here is a part of the filing that just came out from the CIA. I understand the director's personal Signal account was reviewed and a screenshot of the Signal chat at issue was captured from the director's account on the 31st of March, 2025, and transferred to agency record systems the same day. I understand that the screenshot reflects the information available at the time the screenshot was captured, which I characterized as residual administrative content in my initial declaration. I use that terminology because the screenshot does not include substantive messages from the Signal chat. Rather, it captures the name of the chat, Houthi PC small group, and reflects administrative notifications from the 26th of March to the 28th of March relating to changes in participants' administrative settings in this group chat, such as profile names and message settings. Which is, by the way, another very extensive way of saying, yeah, those messages weren't there, boss. Those messages we're legally required to have, we don't got them. They appear to have been deleted off of the phone. So, understand that why is this a big deal? Why is it a big deal, right? Did we uncover other signal chats? Other people who were in those chats said there may have been up to 20 of them, possibly more. Largely because we know that this is not an isolated occurrence. It is not. It is not just that. Oh, this one signal chat happened one time. No. Did the CIA go rogue? No, they did not go rogue. This is routine, like a routine thing. Like they had to check it because Signalgate happened, because it was leaked to the press. Why is this a big deal? Well, it's a big deal because if you destroy the records, that means you could be doing anything behind those closed doors. You could be bringing in, I don't know, let's just say the CEO of some kind of billionaire backed mercenary company. You know, something like Eric Prince. You could be bringing in a private citizen who has private interest into your high-level talks. You could bring in people who are completely unvetted for this level of communication. You could bring in foreign nationals who are not supposed to be in the official loop. So what I'm saying here is that it opens the door for a wide level of corruption, but it also opens the door for a wide level of security breaches. Okay? It makes us more vulnerable when that information is not contained. It is a big deal whether you are, honestly, it should be a big deal if you're one of those very conservative folks out there. It should worry you from a pure national security standpoint. It should concern you from like a government efficiency standpoint. It should concern you from like using taxpayer dollars for the taxpayer benefit standpoint as opposed to private benefit. It should concern you from all of those angles, and yet we are still seeing movement on this case. But like, there is no comparison here between like Hillary Clinton and her emails and this Signalgate security breach. This should, again, and I'm going to reiterate this every single time this story comes up, this should result in Mike Waltz losing his job, bare minimum. Like, sharing information like this in an unsecured fashion is a crime. And it's a crime that has gotten people who have less power thrown in prison for decades. It is not a small crime. So just to really, I want to emphasize that. And destroying evidence of that crime makes it worse. Because why destroy the evidence if there's not additional things to hide? So that's all I have to say on that, really. Like that's just news that came out just a little bit ago. And yeah, Chelsea Manning had to go to prison for like, what was she in prison for like 8 years? It's a long time, right? The comparison should be more to Watergate, which helps make the Signalgate name make more sense. Yeah, and like, I gotta be honest, even like compared to Watergate, like this is bigger. This is a bigger breach of so many other laws. And then the cover-up is what eventually got Nixon in Watergate. But like, we're getting like cover-up on top of crimes that are directly attributable to like how Donald Trump and his administration are conducting their day-to-day business. You know? So I just want to talk. I wanted to talk about it briefly because I want to make sure we don't forget about that story. because I know that there are a million other stories happening right now, but like that one is genuinely huge and should genuinely, in a normal world, be grounds for removing a president. And I'm not like bullshitting you on that. If this story happened to like Obama, he should be impeached for it. Like this is genuinely shocking levels of incompetence. So like any president guilty of this should be removed from power. Any administration guilty of this should be removed from power. But that being said, that's where we're at with Signalgate today, folks. That's where we're at. And yeah, today's stream is going to get a little bit spicier than that even. But let's move on. So we do think the crime was leaking confidential information and not the U.S. bombing the shit out of Yemeni civilians. Well, I mean, under U.S. law, bombing the shit out of Yemeni civilians is legal. It's bad. It's bad as fuck. We murdered civilians. And yet, we should probably change that. But in our current legal framework, this is the case. You know? Illegality does not equal morality. Yeah. Do you think that putting pressure on Republican representatives to break the party line is beneficial or a waste of energy? I mean, if you take 5 minutes to call your Republican representatives every single weekday, like 5 minutes well spent in my mind. I know this is off topic, but can you please look into how Kathy Hochul is trying to push a mask ban through the New York State budget? I have been keeping an eye on that. It's awful, and it's one of the reasons why I despise Kathy Hochul. Fucking disgusting. Trump kills hundreds, but the real problem is his staff is incompetent at tech communications. You understand that, like, I'm not in favor of slaughtering civilians, right? Like, you understand that, right? Like, you're coming into this channel looking for a fight on this. But, like, the story around Signalgate is the leaked transfer of that information. And yeah, should the bigger story be the slaughter of civilians? Yes. But unfortunately, in America, that story does not have gas. That story is not what is going to move the needle on, like, the legal machinations of what's happening in this country. On top of that, like, quite literally, security breaches like that can get more people killed. Let's see. When are they expected to vote on this bill, rat negative? The budget discussions have been extended. Okay, I'll look into it. Yeah, sorry, I'm just taken aback by the fact that people are trying to argue that like I don't care about the slaughter of Yemeni civilians. I just don't get it. Honestly think Signalgate is a great way to distract the US continuity of foreign agenda. Try at least consider different perspectives before you cancel. I do consider that perspective because it's the perspective I have. Like the the thing that frustrates me is that I can only talk about one thing at a time. And part of the issue here is that, yeah, I've already talked about the slaughter of Yemeni civilians. I talked about it the last time I talked about this story. The update I have on this story isn't related to the wanton murder of Yemeni civilians. The update I have is related to the CIA going through the phone of one of the people involved and why this kind of information leak is bad and why we should use that information leak to try and get the people who are currently in power out of power. Like that's the issue that I'm running into here, is that I have already talked about this. So like the expectation here that I need to talk about it every single time the story is brought up, which, like, you know, maybe I should do that. Granted, like, maybe I should. But the new information doesn't have anything to do with the end outcome of those bombing campaigns. Does that make sense? We need to know if it makes sense. I mean, I need to know if it makes sense. I genuinely need to have like a response from chat letting me know that it makes sense. Does this make sense? Yes, that was a fair answer. Cool. Awesome. Makes total sense. Great. Good. Cool. All I just want to give you guys like up-to-date information on unfolding, you know, infinite crises that are happening. It's hard to do when people keep jumping down my dick every single time I try and give an update on one of these stories, because I didn't go through the entire story again. I don't get it, but I'm also kind of stupid, so kind of on me. That's the kind of attitude I like. I'm so close to crashing out hard. Understandable, Lady Raincloud. So am I. I'm like, I've had it like up to here, and I'm trying so hard to be empathetic. So let's do our best, because I'm very much trying to do mine. Let's see here. Why do you want people to Jack, why do you want people to die so much? Well, you know me. I just love killing.
Jack, how dare you not lay out your entire moral belief system with every news update you provide? You are a monster, obviously.
It's true, I am. Oh god.
You never talk about the progress of Maple Forest's Kickstarter. That's the real threat to democracy.
Ooh, is it fully funded? Is it fully funded yet? Oh, it's so fully funded. It's 170,000 out of their 36,000 goal. God damn. Oh, it ended last year. Never mind. Okay. The progress update is that they finished the Kickstarter and they're gearing up to finish the game. Hell yeah. Become Mad Jack. You guys have to give me so much more money to get Mad Jack.
Chat, your uncle here. The fascists worked out today. Why haven't you? Remember, the work you put in now builds a stronger you. It will help keep your stress down during these times as well.
Too true, Simric. And I was intending to take a rest day. But I might be so stressed out by the end of stream that I need to go take a run. We'll see. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Also, Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1
the one
subs.
good thing about Trump's second term is that it gave the left the kick in the underscore it needed to organize.
Good old kick in the underscore. Love those. Thank you for the $5 dono. C321D9Q.
Some people in this argument prefer the left side. Some people prefer the right side. Jack, who is truly enlightened, prefers the homicide.
I just love killing. What can I say? Thank you for the
If you want to see
$20
Mad
dono.
Jack, just play DK64 until the World 3 boss.
Oh, God. Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And I have not played Donkey Kong Country 64, or sorry, Donkey Kong 64 since I was a child. Is the World 3 boss called Mad Jack? 2, 3, 4, 5. Donkey Kong 64 is the best Donkey Kong? I mean, it's charming as hell, but it's not even on Banjo-Kazooie's level. My God. Is it Beaver Brother? I like Saki's memes because they make me feel my age group is relevant. Oh no! Oh no! Can we talk about martial law on the 20th? I'm concerned. I mean, we can, but understand that, like, the basically my entire situation and my entire perspective on the martial law declaration, it remains the same from where we are now. It doesn't meaningfully move us in any one direction. All that it means is that we need to mobilize even harder. And, like, that's what we need to be doing right now. You know, like, we need to be getting people to agree to go out to protest. We need to get people to agree to, like, get together and mobilize in greater and greater numbers. That's the name of the game right now. You know, like, where did martial law hasn't been oh my God. I didn't want to do a segment on this. I'm not going to, but I'm just going to say this once, okay? On April 20th, there is some speculation that Donald Trump may declare martial law. What that means is that the military would come in to then do, you know, policing activities, you know, potentially to be used to, like, round up undocumented immigrants, etc. This does not meaningfully change any of the things we have to do. Okay? It doesn't meaningfully change anything that we have to do. What we have to do is mobilize. We have to mobilize peacefully, because that is our best chance at getting the kind of social change that we want. We have to mobilize as many people as possible, and we have to be doing that consistently. As far as I know, the next mass mobilization event is on April 15th with Indivisible. That's the next one that I've heard about. And when we get to martial law being declared, we'll reevaluate if that happens. But even if it does, your job remains the same. Your job remains going to protests. It remains, you know, getting out there and, like, trying to get others to go with you. That's the name of the game. Okay? So don't worry too much about martial law. I guess that's kind of my baseline, is that even if it does happen, it's not something we have control over. If it does happen, it happens, and then we have to deal with it, but we continue to mobilize. And building up those communities, because mobilization and community building are the two things that are going to effectively get us through all this. Yeah. There's a mass mobilization project for Social Security, I believe, that is tomorrow. It's with Social Security Works. We want to turn out to protect the ability for the elderly to continue to live. That'd be a good place to start. Well, Ever After, thank you for the $5 Australian. Jack, you're feeding the Sanometer through your work. I'm so far away in Australia, but always with you in solidarity. Appreciate it. Workers of the world unite. What did you send me, Sake Tanuki? What the fuck is this?
Enough! Until we find the thief, I am declaring Martian law. I am enforcing the sacred law of the Red Planet. Mars is wild, untamed. I'm forming a cadre of Martian knights, charged with enforcing Martian law.
Fair.
I binged the entire Sam Seder series so fast. It was seriously such a blast to watch.
Chad Benkei, thank you for the $10 dono, and thank you for enjoying that series. I was wondering if people would actually watch all of them, and I'm glad to see that they did. Yeah, it's just the 20th is the first date on which it could be invoked, consistent with the Insurrection Act. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. Exactly, Spitfire. Exactly. So again, martial law may happen, may not. Either way, our job is the same. There you go.
Folks, American types, it's my birthday at the end of the week. Get it together. Don't spoil my birthday. You wouldn't fall to fascists on my birthday? Would you? SADGE.
No, not today. Not on my watch. No, sir.
CLAB 2021 lovers in your audience? Have $5 more.
Vontuck's a chatter of taste, I see. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Honey
In
lemon
fun news,
slices.
Our Conservative Party dropped a diss track.
Oh no. Thank you for the $5 tier 1 subs, Salmon Moose. Also, yeah, guys, do not get worried over potential martial law, okay? Do not get worried. Be aware that it's a possibility. There's a pretty good article. Let me see if I can dig it up for you guys so as not to panic.
Just went trans in public for the first time yesterday with no fear. You
Hell
have been
yeah.
a tremendous help in that. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, RPG Lilac. I hope it went well. Like I know that's maybe one of the second scariest hurdle of like being trans. The first is recognizing you are trans, and the second is going out in public. Here we go. Waging nonviolence. I was trying to find this. What to do if the Insurrection Act is invoked. This was published just a couple weeks ago, and it's quite good. It made me less concerned, largely because the way of dealing with martial law remains the same, kind of regardless of whether martial law is invoked or not. I like that you're not trying to cause a panic about it. Well, the thing is, I understand that talking about these topics can be panic inducing, but it does no one any good to panic. It doesn't do anyone good to freak out about it, to overreact. And instead, what we need to do is kind of buckle down, look at what we can do. And what we can do is limited by the fact that we're just little guys, you know? We're little guys. We're little shimp. But together, we are strong. And so, despite the fact that individually we may be relatively weak, our solution is going to be the same. It is to come together with other like-minded folks and move forward. It's that's always what the solution was going to be in any kind of worker-based movement, you know?
Thank you for everything you do for the political world and LGBT people. You really take the edge off this hellscape for me.
Spitfire, thank you for the $20 Australian. Very much appreciated. And I don't know that I you know, I'm just a small channel, and my goal is to grow, right? And we are going to grow together, but like it already blows me away how useful and helpful you find my content, and I really appreciate that it is helpful.
It felt very powerful. I told myself, if I'm tall for a girl, then I'm a goddamn Valkyrie. Together, Shimps strong.
Together, Shimps strong indeed. Just a note, because I see like there are a couple folks in YouTube chat trying to be transphobic. Just as a note, like maybe attack me on something that like I actually have going on. You know, like, I don't know, attack me for having rudimentary makeup skills or like something like that. Like trying to attack me for a non-existent Adam's apple is just not gonna, it's just not landing. It just makes makes your bigotry look weak. And like, I don't know, I demand a better kind of bigotry if it's going to be directed my way. Be more effective. Like, damn, if you're going to come in here and try and make me feel bad, at least drop some slurs, have fun with it. Like, what is even your deal? So I can tell you have no soul as a redhead? Well, the soul doesn't exist, so checkmate, atheists. I'm not worried about martial law. As anyone who could actually get it done in the U.S., Trump has fired or they have retired. The logistics and expertise are just not there. That's very true. Me and my friend had to limit our Pride road trip to just Denver Pride due to stress and money. Do you believe it's still a good idea to go? Yes. Damn, dude. just some of the messages you guys are putting out there today are wild. fucking talking about Trump's lactating nipples. What the hell? I like that response. By the way, I'm new here and I'm just listening mostly. Well, welcome, his hell 79. Oh my. My soul double doesn't exist? Wouldn't that mean my soul does exist? Like if it unexists twice, isn't that just a circle?
You go with the queen, you best not miss.
Exactly. You know, bring out the RPG launcher. Drop some F slurs in my direction. But if you direct it towards anyone else, you're out of here. Okay.
I live in a small town in Iowa, so my personal comforting thought is that I probably won't experience martial law in as direct of a way as people in New York City probably would. But I will definitely protest if it happens.
Oh God, can you, I'm sorry, can you imagine Donald Trump trying to do martial law in New York City? It'll be like Doc Ock in Spider-Man 2. Just a bunch of angry people in Brooklyn with bricks. You want to get him, you got to go through us. And like that's only a minor paraphrase of what would actually happen in real life, because we already have that happening essentially right now, pre-martial law. Oh, hi, Shell. Gotcha. Sorry. Let's see here. All right. Anyway, I've now shared with you the Waging Nonviolence link, and now I can show you guys some other things. And we can talk about here. Oh no. Where did it go? Dagnabbit. Oh, wait. I already got it. Whew. Cool.
Hey, at Riverboat Jack, here is an F-slur. Fundamentalist. There. Were you expecting another word?
I was not.
Slurs are supposed to be insulting.
I did, however, drop my stress rock. I will have to get that.
Jews built tunnels when we asked them to not congregate outside in public. Martial law would have them make separate subways.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Be right back. I need to get that rock. It's important. I'm under the desk. Fine. Got it. Whew. It's a really good rock, and it's like the perfect size and shape to like rub mindlessly. Whew. Did taxes hate my existence? Yeah, I might have to do... On the note of taxes, I might have to do a special stream to do some additional fundraising, specifically due to taxes. Good news is I am doing slightly better financially than last year. Bad news is I got fucked by the tax man. Not in a fun way. You got hit for 4K of ouch. Oof. Sorry to hear that, Paladin. Fun fact, friend of mine Tee C321, thank you for the $10 super chat.
So you like to rub things mindlessly?
Yes, both in that way and also just, you know, because it's nice. A friend of mine gave this to me back when I was a camp counselor at a Bible camp. He had gone on a tour of duty to Iraq, and I think it was Iraq, might have been Afghanistan, but he came back with this rock, and he talked about, you know, how it helped calm him down while he was under fire, and now it helps calm me down. Is there Spitfire, thank you for being a member on the YouTube. Is there a fun way to get fucked by the IRS? Yes, if you hook up with a really hot IRS agent. That is like it's like a worry stone, yeah. You being a camp counselor actually makes a lot of sense. You know, it's one of those things where the skill set really transferred over to streaming. You know, being able to wrangle a lot of people who want to talk to you at one time, and then try and convey information to them, surprisingly very applicable to streaming. All right. Let's go. It'd fit perfectly in a sling. That's true. That's true. All right, let's talk a little bit about this in a very inappropriately named space. Here we go. News story. So, folks, one of the things we need to talk about and have been talking about over the last few weeks is the capitulation of higher education to the Trump administration. Basically, Donald Trump has been trying to put pressure on law firms, on universities, etc., to kind of consolidate legal and educational power. And it's scary. It is intimidating. And it is very, very worrying, to say the least. And, well, I'm going to read you guys the letter. Okay? That was sent. Let me pull it up here. Dear Dr. Garber, the United States has invested in Harvard University's operations because of the value to the country of scholarly discovery and academic excellence. But an investment is not an entitlement. It depends on Harvard upholding federal civil rights laws, and it only makes sense if Harvard fosters the kind of environment that produces intellectual creativity and scholarly rigor, both of which are antithetical to ideological capture. Harvard has in recent years failed to live up to both the intellectual and civil rights conditions that justify federal investment. But we appreciate your expression of commitment to repairing those failures and welcome your collaboration in restoring the university to its promise. We therefore present the below provisions as the basis for an agreement in principle that will maintain Harvard's financial relationship with the federal government. If acceptable to Harvard, this document will constitute an agreement in principle with which the parties will work in good faith to translate into a more thorough binding settlement agreement. As you will see, this letter incorporates and supersedes the terms of the federal government's prior letter of April 3rd, 2025. So basically, this is a letter being sent by the General Services Administration to essentially Harvard at large. And one of the things to talk about here before we get to the provisions is essentially that, well, hey, you guys like all those grants we give you, right? Be a shame if something happened to them. Be a real shame. You know, I got a friend who has a bull, you know? And what happens if that bull goes loose in your china shop? It'd be a real shame. Be a real, real shame. And well, let's get into this. Governance and leadership reforms. By August 2025, Harvard must make meaningful governance reforms and restructuring to make possible major change consistent with this letter, including fostering clear lines of authority and accountability, empowering tenured professors in leadership, and from among the tenured professorate and senior leadership, exclusively those most devoted to the scholarly mission of the university and committed to the changes indicated in this letter, reducing the power held by students and untenured faculty.
The intellectuals are being attacked first. We are certainly in the beginning stages of fascism. All totalitarian governments attack academia first.
Oh, this is not the beginning stages. We are in fascism. The fascism has a death grip on our entire political system. Like, last year we had neoliberalism. This year we have fascism. It's not complicated. We're not in like the beginning stages of anything. But thank you for the $5 super chat. I understand what you mean. I understand. but this has been going on for months now. So basically what we have is the government is saying, oh, well, you need to take a lot more power away from your students. Your students have too much of a say in your affairs. And, your untenured faculty has too big of a say in your affairs. So consolidate that power. We only want tenured professors at your school saying what can and cannot be done. Reducing the power held by faculty, whether tenured or untenured, and administrators more committed to activism than scholarship, and reducing forms of governance bloat, duplication, and decentralization that interfere with the possibility of reforms indicated in this letter. So basically, consolidate power, but also make sure that, your administrators have the most power, because we want to be able to essentially put the most power. We want to pick the people who are in charge at Harvard, at this private institution, So, number 2, merit-based hiring reform. By August 2025, the university must adopt and implement merit-based hiring practices and cease all preferences based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin throughout its hiring, promotion, compensation, and related practices among faculty, staff, and leadership. Such adoption and implementation must be durable and demonstrated through structural and personnel changes. All existing and prospective faculty shall be reviewed for plagiarism, and Harvard's plagiarism policy consistently enforced. All hiring and related data shall be shared with the federal government and subject to a comprehensive audit by the federal government during the period in which reforms are being implemented, which shall be at least until the end of 2028. So basically, if you want to hire anybody, you can't be using DEI programs. No diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, which, and I need to really stress this, boils down to you need to hire straight, white, cis men. That's what this means, okay? Plagiarism, why did that show up? Genuinely, I'm gonna throw this out there. Genuinely, I think it's partly as a garnish to make this all seem more official, more like it cares about the actual academics rather than being what it is, a blind power grab. Which is made clear by the fact that they want all hiring data shared with the US government from a private institution. Keep in mind, Harvard is not a state school. It's not a state university. This would be like the U.S. government coming in and being like, yeah, you have to give us in-depth, hiring practices from your mom and pop hardware store. And we the government want to be able to say whether or not you can or can't hire those people. It is government by mafioso, yeah. And keep in mind that these reforms need to be implemented and overseen by the government until at least the end of 2028, which you'll note is an election year.
I'm not worried, Charles, nose glasses. Schumer has assured me that the moment he detects any fascism in the Capitol gym, he'll be able to talk with the GOP.
Whew.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
People are so aroused right now. Chuck Schumer, whether going to a protest or an orgy. But will the Baileys let him? Oh my God. Aroused. Okay. Merit-based admissions reform. By August 2025, the university must adopt and implement merit-based admissions policies and cease all preferences based on race, color, national origin, or proxies thereof throughout its undergraduate program, each graduate program individually, each of its professional schools and other programs, such at adoption and implementation must be durable and demonstrated through structural and personnel changes, i.e. you guys need to fire people in order to prove that you're making these changes. All admissions data shall be shared with the federal government and subjected to comprehensive audit by the federal government, and non-individualized statistical information regarding admissions shall be made available to the public, including information about rejected and admitted students broken down by race, color, national origin, grade point average, and performance on standardized tests during the period in which reforms are being implemented. But by the way, this is them talking about consolidating student data now.
We're all in this together. Romantic cat face emoji.
They're now going to take the data of students at the university and then disseminate it publicly. It's insane. Was that oh no.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
That's a real quote. That is a real Chuck Schumer quote. During this same period, the dean... during the period in which the reforms are being implemented, which shall be at least until the end of 2028. During the same period, the dean of admissions for each program or school must sign a public statement after each admission cycle certifying that these rules have been upheld. International admissions reform. By August 2025, the university must reform its recruitment, screening, and admissions of international students to prevent admitting students hostile to the American values and institutions inscribed in the U.S. Constitution and Declaration of Independence. And let me tell you, as somebody who has recently reread the Declaration of Independence, that is fucking rich. That is fucking rich of this administration under this goddamn Mad King George motherfucker president to even mention the Declaration of Independence. All right? But, yeah. Including students supportive of terrorism or anti-Semitism. Harvard, and it's so disgusting how they've turned anti-Semitism into like this shield that allows them to do more fascism. Fuck these ghouls. Harvard will immediately report to federal authorities, including the Department of Homeland Security and State Department, any foreign student, including those on visas and with green cards, who commits a conduct violation. As above, these reforms must be durable and demonstrated through structural and personnel changes, comprehensive throughout all of Harvard's programs, and during the reform period, shared with the federal government for audit, shared on a non-individualized basis with the public, and certified by deans of admissions. Yeah, this is Nazi shit. No foreign student should come here under these conditions. If these were implemented, no foreign student should come here. Okay? Not a single one. It would be awful. Awful stuff. We're already seeing students spirited away, disappeared, kidnapped off the street in broad daylight. And they want to facilitate that process by imposing these conditions on private universities. Insane. Viewpoint diversity in admissions and hiring. Now we get to kind of the spiciest parts here. If we have an escalating scale of spice. By August 2025, the university shall commission an external party which shall satisfy the government as to its competence and good faith to audit the student body, faculty, staff, and leadership for viewpoint diversity, such that each department, field, or teaching unit must be individually viewpoint diverse. This audit shall begin no later than the summer of 2025 and shall proceed on a department by department, field by field, or teaching unit by teaching unit basis as appropriate. The report of the external party shall be submitted to university leadership and the federal government no later than the end of 2025. Harvard must abolish all criteria, preferences, and practices, whether mandatory or optional, throughout its admissions and hiring practices that function as ideological litmus tests. Every department or field found to lack viewpoint diversity must be reformed by hiring a critical mass of new faculty within the department or field who will provide viewpoint diversity. Every teaching unit found to lack viewpoint diversity must be reformed by admitting a critical mass of students who will provide viewpoint diversity. If the review finds that the existing facility or existing faculty in the relevant department or field are not capable of hiring for viewpoint diversity, or that the relevant teaching unit is not capable of admitting a critical mass of students with diverse viewpoints, hiring or admissions within the department, field, or teaching unit shall be transferred to the closest cognate department, field, or teaching unit that is capable of achieving viewpoint diversity. This audit shall be performed and the same steps taken to establish viewpoint diversity every year during the period in which reforms are being implemented, which shall be at least until the end of 2028. So basically, to break that down, they're very much against diversity when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion, but they are very pro-diversity when it comes to ideological
they have no basis
diversity.
For doing this. It will not hold up in court.
Oh, none of this holds up in court at all. Not a single part of this. I need to really stress that. Basically, what they're saying is we are going to force you to hire conservative professors in order to say that you are ideologically diverse, and we are going to force you to admit conservative students in order to be ideologically diverse, even if they aren't necessarily the most achieving full students. Even if they might not be the best students, they're ideologically diverse, and that makes them good, right? That makes them candidates. Yeah, give Jordan Peterson his job back, exactly. And on top of that, the entire point of this, right, if you take a step back, is to basically purge current faculty, purge current students, purge international students, and in the absence of those students and faculty, put conservative students in and conservative faculty in. That's the entire premise, right? That's the entire premise for these changes in particular. And thus, they can ensure, with having their guys on the inside, people who are willing to rat out fellow professors. It is essentially a program to introduce, snitches into academia. It is insane. And this is also why they want to consolidate power to just the faculty that is in charge, because they want to insert the faculty. Yeah, little snitch academia, exactly. God. Next point. Reforming programs with egregious records of anti-Semitism or other bias. By August 2025, the university shall commission an external party which shall satisfy the federal government as to the competence and good faith and to audit those programs and departments that most fuel anti-Semitic harassment or reflect ideological capture. The program schools and centers of concern include but are not limited to Divinity School, their religious school, Graduate School of Education, School of Public Health, Medical School, Religion and Public Life Program, FXB Center for Health and Human Rights, Center for Middle Eastern Studies, Carr Center for Human Rights at the Harvard Kennedy School, Department of Near Eastern Languages and Cultures, and the Harvard Law School International Human Rights Clinic. They're not being subtle about who they're targeting. Yeah, guys, the medical school, well known for its anti-Semitic harassment campaigns. Guys, it should make you take a beat. Even if you're conservative, it should make you take a beat. When you hear that, do you really think that the Harvard Medical School is fueling anti-Semitic hate campaigns or ideologically capturing anything other than really good doctors? Just think about that. Sit with that for a minute, Ay, ay, ay. The report of the external party shall include information as to the individual faculty members who discriminated against Jewish or Israeli students or incited students to violate Harvard's rules following October 7th, and the university and federal government will cooperate to determine appropriate sanctions for those faculty members within the bounds of academic freedom and the First Amendment. Basically, we want people to look at who may have protested against the genocide in Gaza. Anyone who may have protested, we want to get them. We want to, we don't want to violate their First Amendment rights, but, we may want to violate their First Amendment rights. Lux Progressive, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. The report of the external party shall be submitted to university leadership and the federal government no later than the end of 2025, and reforms undertaken to repair the problems. This audit shall be performed and the same steps taken to make repairs every year during the period in which reforms are being implemented, which shall be at least until the end of 2028. The discontinuation of DEI. The university must immediately shutter all diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, offices, committees, positions, and initiatives under whatever name, and stop all DEI policies, including DEI-based disciplinary or speech control policies. Speech control policies, fuck off. Under whatever name, demonstrate that it has done so to the satisfaction of the federal government, and demonstrate to the satisfaction of the federal government that these reforms are durable and effective through structural and personnel changes by August of 2025. And I'm just gonna pause here real quick because literally 2 sections ago they're calling for more diversity at Harvard. Now they're calling for less, and in fact any program that does increase diversity must be discontinued. So which do you want? You can't have both of those things. They contradict each other. On top of that, I want to note something that is throughout this entire letter, which is the phrase "to the satisfaction of the federal government," right? What does that mean? Well, I can tell you what it means. It is a very nebulous concept. And it's nebulous because, well, what might it mean to be to the satisfaction of the federal government? It might mean that they can go take this program very, very far in gutting the internal working of the university. All right? It means that because it is nebulous, it allows them to way overstep their legal authority. It's whatever they want it to mean, exactly. This is a way of giving demands to basically, if we want to go with the mafia shakedown analogy, it's basically the mafioso makes an agreement. You have to pay me $1,200 a month, and then comes back, hey, I know you paid me $1,200 a month. This is a nice little stack of change, but I'm gonna need double that this month. It allows them to basically just change the terms of the agreement on the fly. It's the Lando Calrissian, this deal just keeps getting worse all the time kind of situation. Student discipline reform and accountability. Harvard must immediately reform its student discipline policies and procedures so as to swiftly and transparently enforce its existing disciplinary policies with consistency and impartiality, and without double standards based on identity or ideology. Did too many rich Republican kids get kicked out of Harvard for doing sexual assaults? Oh, poor babies. Where those policies are insufficient to prevent the disruption of scholarship, classroom learning and teaching, or other aspects of normal campus life, Harvard must develop and implement disciplinary policies sufficient to prevent those disruptions. This includes, but is not limited to, the following. Discipline at Harvard must include immediate intervention and stoppage of disruptions and deplatforming, including by the Harvard police, when necessary to stop a disruption or deplatforming. I'm sorry, what does it mean to a stoppage of sorry. What, like, I'm sorry, does this include like getting banned off of Twitter? Like Harvard police must must step in if like a student is banned off of Twitter for saying slurs? Or sorry, banned off of Blue Sky for saying slurs? Like what? The police must give, if you're at a protest and the police show up, the police must give counter protesters rather microphones. Yeah, it means letting Nazis speak. That is exactly what it means. You're being too mean to the Whittle guys. Let's see. Robust enforcement and reinstatement of existing time, place, and manner rules on campus, including ordering the Harvard police to stop incidents that violate time, place, and manner rules when necessary. A disciplinary process housed in one body that is accountable to Harvard's president or other capstone official, and removing or reforming institutional bodies and practices that delay and obstruct enforcement, including the relevant administrative boards and FAS faculty council. And I'm just going to stop here and point out that the reason they want one official like Harvard's president to be in charge of these disciplinary bodies is so that they can remove the Harvard president and put in one of their guys as Harvard's president, who then would have essentially their own little ghoulish fasci court to preside over students at Harvard. Genuinely, it is a power grab. That is what I'm trying to convey here. Harvard must adopt a new policy on student groups or clubs that forbids the recognition and funding of or provision of accommodations to any student group or club that endorses or promotes criminal activity, illegal violence, or illegal harassment, invites non-students onto campus who regularly violate campus rules, or act as fronts for a student club that has been banned from campus. And I just want to pause here and say, what does that mean? It means no student group would be able to say, end the genocide in Gaza. That no student group would be able to do that because their student group would simply be dissolved. The leaders or organizers of recognized and unrecognized student groups that violate these policies must be held accountable as a matter of student discipline and made ineligible to serve as officers in other recognized student organizations. In the future, funding decisions for student groups or clubs must be made exclusively by a body of university faculty accountable to senior university leadership. In particular, Harvard must end support and recognition of those student groups or clubs that engaged in anti-Semitic activity since October 7, 2023, including the Harvard Palestine Solidarity Committee, Harvard Graduate Students for Palestine, Law Students for Palestine, Students for Justice in Palestine, and the National Lawyers Guild, and discipline and render ineligible the officers and active members of those student organizations. Harvard must implement a comprehensive mask ban with serious and immediate penalties for violation, not less than supervision. And just, I need to really emphasize here, you cannot have a mask ban when the school literally incorporates a medical school. I feel like I shouldn't have to explain this, but you cannot ban masks on a campus training doctors. Like, yes, this is an attempt to rewrite the history of protest on these college campuses from one of protesting a genocide and protesting an ethnic cleansing to pro-terrorism activities. That is essentially what they're trying to do. They're trying to fabricate the next Red Scare. Okay? They are trying to do McCarthyism again. Harvard must implement I already read that part. Harvard must investigate and carry out meaningful discipline for all violations that occurred between 2023, 2024, and 2024 and 2025 academic years, including the Harvard Business School protest of October 2023, the University Hall sit-in of November 2023, the spring encampment of 2020, 2024, this must include permanently expelling the students involved in the October 18th assault of an Israeli Harvard Business School student and suspending students involved in occupying university buildings as warranted by the facts of individual cases. Literally calling for individual protesting events to have anyone that had anything to do with them suspended or expelled. Insane. Whistleblowers, reporting, and protections. The university must immediately establish procedures by which any Harvard affiliate, mind you, that's like anyone remotely associated with Harvard, can report non-compliance with the reforms detailed in this letter to both university leadership and the federal government. Any such reporter shall be fully protected from any adverse actions for so reporting. Basically, we want all of these reforms, and if you don't do them, we want to empower anyone who has anything to do tangentially with Harvard to be empowered to snitch. This is like police state shit. Transparency and monitoring. The university shall make organizational changes to ensure full transparency and cooperation with all federal regulators, no later than June 30th, 2025, and every quarter thereafter during the period in which reforms are being implemented, which shall be at least until the end of 2028. The university shall submit to the federal government a report, certified for accuracy, that documents its progress on the implementation of the reforms detailed in this letter. The university must do so to the satisfaction of the federal government. That language again. Disclose the source and purpose of all foreign funds. Cooperate with the federal government in a forensic audit of foreign funding sources and uses, including how the money was used by Harvard, its agents, and to the extent available, third parties acting on Harvard's campus. Report all requested immigration and related information to the United States Department of Homeland Security and comply with all requirements related to the SEVIS system. We expect your immediate cooperation in implementing these critical reforms that will enable Harvard to return to its original mission of innovative research and academic excellence. And I don't know about you guys, but literally none of that sounded like it had anything to do with academic excellence. All that sounded like to me was creating some kind of police state structure inside of our universities. And if Harvard, one of the most powerful of these institutions, goes along with it, so too will go every university. Okay? That is why it is incredibly, incredibly important to note that Harvard told the federal government to kick rocks. Harvard said no. Okay? And I'm going to read this because it is a public statement, all right? Dear members of the Harvard community, for 3/4 of a century, the federal government has awarded grants and contracts to Harvard and other universities to help pay for work that, along with investments by the universities themselves, has led to groundbreaking innovations across a wide range of medical, engineering, and scientific fields. These innovations have made countless people in our country and throughout the world healthier and safer. In recent weeks, the federal government has threatened its partnerships with several universities, including Harvard, over accusations of anti-Semitism on our campuses. These partnerships are among the most productive and beneficial in American history. New frontiers beckon us with the prospect of life-changing advances, from the treatments of diseases such as Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and diabetes, to breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, quantum science, and engineering, and numerous other areas of possibility. For the government to retreat from these partnerships now risks not only the health and well-being of millions of individuals, but also the economic security and vitality of our nation. Late Friday night, the administration issued an updated and expanded list of demands, warning that Harvard must comply if we intend to maintain our financial relationship with the federal government. It makes clear that the intention is not to work with us to address anti-Semitism in a cooperative and constructive manner. Although some of the demands outlined by the government are aimed at combating anti-Semitism, the majority represent direct governmental regulation of the intellectual conditions at Harvard. I encourage you to read the letter to gain a fuller understanding of this unprecedented list of demands being made by the federal government to control the Harvard community. They include requirements to audit the viewpoints of our student body, faculty, and staff, to reduce the power of certain students, faculty, and administrators targeted because of their ideological views. We have informed the administration through our legal counsel that we will not accept their proposed agreement. The university will not surrender its independence or relinquish its constitutional rights. The administration's prescription goes beyond the power of the federal government. It violates Harvard's First Amendment rights and exceeds the statutory limits of the government's authority under Title VI. And it threatens our values as a private institution devoted to the pursuit, production, and dissemination of knowledge. No government, regardless of which party is in power, should dictate what private universities can teach, whom they can admit and hire, and which areas of study and inquiry they can pursue. Our motto, Veritas, or truth, guides us as we navigate the challenging path ahead. Seeking truth is a journey without end. It requires us to be open to new information and different perspectives, to subject our beliefs to ongoing scrutiny, and to be ready to change our minds. It compels us to take up the difficult work of acknowledging our flaws so that we might realize the full potential and promise of the university, especially when that promise is threatened. We have made it abundantly clear that we do not take lightly our moral duty to fight anti-Semitism. Over the past 15 months, we've taken many steps to address anti-Semitism on our campus. We plan to do much more. As we defend Harvard, we will continue to nurture a thriving culture of open inquiry on our campus, develop the tools, skills, and practices needed to engage constructively with one another, and broaden the intellectual and viewpoint diversity within our community. Affirm the rights and responsibilities we share, respect free speech and dissent, while also ensuring that protest occurs in a time, place, and manner that does not interfere with teaching, learning, and research, and enhance the consistency and fairness of disciplinary processes, and work together to find ways consistent with law to foster and support a vibrant community that exemplifies, respects, and embraces difference. As we do, we will also continue to comply with the Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard, which ruled that Title VI of the Civil Rights Act makes it unlawful for universities to make decisions on the basis of race. These ends will not be achieved by assertions of power unmoored from the law to control teaching and learning at Harvard and to dictate how we operate. The work of addressing our shortcomings, fulfilling our commitments, and embodying our values is ours to define and undertake as a community. Freedom of thought and inquiry, along with the government's longstanding commitment to respect and protect it, has enabled universities to contribute in vital ways to a free society, to healthier, more prosperous lives for people everywhere. All of us share a stake in safeguarding that freedom. We proceed now, as always, with the conviction that the fearless, unfettered pursuit of truth liberates humanity, and with faith in the enduring promise of America's colleges and universities hold for our country and our world. So, yeah. I'm also going to read the legal letter that Harvard responded with. Okay? We represent Harvard University, and we are writing in response to your letter dated April 11th, 2025, addressed to Dr. Alan Garber, Harvard's president, and Penny Pritzker, senior fellow of the Harvard Corporation. Harvard is committed to fighting anti-Semitism and other forms of bigotry in its community. Anti-Semitism and discrimination of any kind not only are abhorrent and antithetical to Harvard's values, but also threaten its academic mission. To that end, Harvard has made and will continue to make lasting and robust structural policy and programmatic changes to ensure that the university is a welcoming and supportive learning environment for all students and continues to abide in all respects with federal law across its academic programs and operations, while fostering open inquiry in a pluralistic community free from intimidation and open to challenging orthodoxies with whatever their source. Over the past 15 months, Harvard has undertaken substantial policy and programmatic measures, has made changes to campus use policies, adopted new accountability procedures, imposed meaningful discipline for those who violate university policies, enhanced programs designed to address bias and promote ideological diversity and civil discourse, hired staff to support these programs and support students, changed partnerships, dedicated resources to combat hate and bias, and enhanced safety and security measures. As a result, Harvard is a very different place today from where it was a year ago. These efforts and additional measures the university will be taking against anti-Semitism not only are the right thing to do, but are critical to strengthening Harvard's community as a place in which everyone can thrive. It is unfortunate then that your letter disregards Harvard's efforts and instead presents demands that, in contravention to the First Amendment, invade university freedoms long recognized by the Supreme Court. The government's terms also circumvent Harvard's statutory rights by requiring unsupported and disruptive remedies for alleged harms that the government has not proven through mandatory processes established by Congress and required by law. No less objectionable is the condition first made explicit in the letter of March 31st, 2025, that Harvard accede to these terms or risk the loss of billions of dollars in federal funding critical to vital research and innovation that has saved and improved lives and allowed Harvard to play a central role in making our country's scientific, medical, and other research communities the standard bearers for the world. These demands extend not only to Harvard, but to separately incorporated and independently operated medical and research hospitals engaging in life-saving work on behalf of their patients. The university will not surrender its independence or relinquish its constitutional rights. Neither Harvard nor any other private university can allow itself to be taken over by the federal government. Accordingly, Harvard will not accept the government's terms as an agreement in principle. Harvard remains open to dialogue about what the university has done and is planning to do to improve the experience of every member of its community, but Harvard is not prepared to agree to demands that go beyond the lawful authority of this or any administration. So the fight is on. The fight is on. And one thing to note is that the consequences for Harvard doing this have been more or less immediate. As of 2 hours ago, the Trump administration announced that it would freeze $2.2 billion in multi-year grants and $60 million in multi-year contract value at Harvard University following their stand. So this is not coming at this is coming at a cost. But understand, even freezing this money is illegal. The fact that the fact that Harvard is taking this stand and, holding on to its constitutional rights is good. They have the resources to actually fight this fight. They have one of the largest endowments in the world. They have the resources to fight this. They have the resources to continue funding this research, to step in where the government fails, at least for a time. And essentially, what is happening here is this is going to be like a knockdown, drag out legal fight. And I, for one, after seeing weeks of law firms both stand up and a larger number sit down and lick the boots of the Trump administration, I am glad to see Harvard standing up to fight. Okay? This is good. But also worth noting, Don Moynihan over on Blue Sky, who you should all follow, a very good reporter. He's a policy professor at the University of Michigan. I call him a reporter. He's just sharing events as they transpire. But he points this out, and what I think it's quite useful to contextualize what's happening here. The Trump administration wanted to control the most basic aspects of the university, including what is taught and who is hired. They wanted to turn Harvard into a fancy version of Trump University. And when Harvard said no, Trump used publicly funded research as a hostage, which is true. What I did not know was this piece here from the New York Times. As a reminder, this is not Trump's money. He is impounding funds illegally based on the most obvious fig leaves to settle grievances. It's an extraordinary abuse of his office. As he finished lunch in the private dining room outside the Oval Office on April 1st, President Trump floated an astounding proposal. What if the government simply canceled every dollar of the nearly $9 billion promised to Harvard University? What if we never pay them? Mr. Trump casually asked, according to a person familiar with the conversation. Wouldn't that be cool? So literally, this went from being like a shower thought that Donald Trump had about just, oh man, I just hate Harvard, to actually canceling billions of dollars in the span of less than 2 weeks. And I mean, if anything, I'm glad that more and more of these illegal impoundment actions are being taken to court by high-powered and well-funded institutions. Because honestly, we need one of the things that needs to happen here, in addition to like tariffs being addressed and that the power of tariffing going back to Congress where it's supposed to be. But in addition to that, there also needs to be like this lockdown on Donald Trump's illegal impoundments. Because essentially he's basically just saying, what if we just don't pay it? Which is illegal. He cannot simply not pay these things. And yet he continues to not pay them, right? And so there needs to be like an actual reckoning for this. It is, you know, I know that this is not even the biggest constitutional crisis that is happening right now. But like this impoundment crisis has only gotten worse. And it might not be coming to a head as soon as the other one that we'll talk about. But, you know, maybe 6 months from now, this is the next big crisis on the horizon that needs to be addressed. Does anyone know if King George did anything like this? Yeah. I mean, it is very reminiscent of no taxation without representation. Because essentially, one of the big concerns about King George, and one of the big reasons for the Revolutionary War, was taxation without representation. And that is exactly what is happening here. Your representation that is elected is in Congress. Congress has the power of the purse. When Donald Trump seizes the power of the purse and does not pay who the government is supposed to pay, that is taxation without representation. Your tax dollars, according to your representatives, were supposed to go to Harvard University. The taxation with representation had those tax dollars going to Harvard, you know, to fund, cancer research and whatnot. We are already in Mad King George territory. So, this is going to metastasize into something uglier down the road, but for now, that is what we got. Good on Harvard for standing up. I hope other major universities do the same. I hope that we can have a relatively united front across all echelons of society, because that is what we need right now. We need to defeat these evil fascist motherfuckers and ensure that this vile ideology never sees the light of day again once they are finally out of power. That is our number one job right now. And with that, segment done. Whoo, boy. How we feeling? How we doing, folks? Hey, just as an FYI,
I'm ready for the University of Phoenix to stand up for integrity standards.
just as an FYI, I wanted to double check this before I said it out loud. For all these people who are like, oh man, yeah, DEI. Oh man, we're funding all these DEI dorks. I see you guys. Just keep in mind, you white motherfuckers are like the number one beneficiaries of DEI programs. Just like as an FYI, y'all are just fucking yourselves. Like you took your dicks, put them all the way under, and now you're fucking yourselves. But, you know, I guess, say whatever gets you off. No judgment. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
Welcome aboard the cool zone. Please keep your arms and legs in the ride at all times. Enjoy your ride and remember, no gods, no masters.
Hoi Polloi, thank you for the sub, and No Monitor Cats, thank you for the $10 super chat. And yes, please everyone, remember to be safe in the cool zone. The cool zone is a dangerous place to be in, and I was really hoping we were not going to be in the cool zone for literally the next year or so, but we keep whiplashing back and forth, and it is not a good feeling at all. Van Briggs, you can whisper links to a mod, and the mod can share them in chat. Is it to the ProPublica article? Because we are going to get to other stuff like that today. Charlie Jinmir, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. Their dicks are too small to do that. That's, you got me there. But maybe the conservative dick and asshole are closer to. I don't know. I'm not going to get into this. The cool zone. Oh, yeah. So basically, I've been talking about how we are in the cool zone, and the cool zone is a time of where the possibility window gets a lot bigger, for better and worse. It's a far cry from when we're at status quo, right? The cool zone is when that status quo suddenly gets really big, and essentially it means that things that are way better are possible. For example, you've got Tim Walz going around talking about how by the time we get through all of this in 2028, people are going to need to see a political leadership calling for Medicare for all. It is some of the biggest rallies that Bernie Sanders has ever seen coming together on a non-election year, just to show their discontent. It is it is the triple the amount of protests and mass mobilization that we have seen in the United States in recent memory. We currently have 3 times as many protests happening in the United States as we did at this time in 2017.
Maybe they can underscore themselves so well cause they have no balls.
Yeah, fair. Thank you for the $5 super chat. But that's what I mean. It is a time where all of that is taking place, and all of that has the potential to make so many good and necessary things happen. We have the ability to make things good, to make things better in this country. We have the ability to get more people in democratic control of their workplaces, to bring back postal banking, to get Medicare for all, to get federally funded and organized food banks, to eliminate hunger in this country. We have that ability when we mobilize this many people. And those mobilizations are just going to get bigger, right? That's amazing. It's amazing. But it is also a zone where the possibility window gets bigger in a scarier direction. It is a time when this mass mobilization for good might get countered by powerful individuals in influential positions, mobilizing troops, disappearing people, as we have been seeing. It is also a time of fear and scariness. But understand, the only way out is through. The only thing we can do is mobilize. If you are here, you know that in your heart.
A specter is haunting Europe. The specter of the Dono ghost and something communism.
Jazz Dog, thank you for the $5 dono. I really appreciate it. about DEI. When individuals from diverse backgrounds with varied experiences and perspectives come together, they bring a wider range of ideas and approaches to problem solving. Yeah, and that is, that is worth saying, Robert Stan, because I think a lot of people just hear DEI and they're like, oh man, we have a DEI program at work now. That means we're going to hire black, queer, trans women or something who are completely unqualified. And like, that's...
Wait, Medicare for all? Not Medicare for all. Who want it? Or Medicare for all but we keep private insurance? Or universal access to healthcare?
Yeah, no, Medicare for all, Balthazar. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Yeah, Tim Walz has incorporated calls for Medicare for all into all of his campaign stops. Not campaign stops, rally stops, town hall stops. But one of the things we need to talk about with DEI is that diversity is a strength. When you bring a bunch of people together to talk about how they view something, it allows you to make and achieve more.
Did someone mention the donut ghost? I'm scared. We better play the song so we can keep going through hell in style.
Thank you for the $5 super chat. I don't think it's time for the donut ghost quite yet. All of that being said, folks, we do need to emphasize, like, just for people who are motivated for completely self-interested reasons, your self-interest is also served by DEI. If you're like people want, if more people want to come and work at your workplace, that means you have a greater access to different ideas. And sometimes those new ideas open the door to doing things in a better, faster, more efficient way. It doesn't mean that's what happens 100% of the time, but it does mean that's what happens sometimes. And that happens more often when you have more diversity. All right. Would Trump really be? I mean, yes, he would. He's already disappearing people off the streets. Folks, we've now been going for about 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because folks, this show's only made possible thanks to viewers like you. I could not do it without you guys. You guys are what allow me to sit and like go through all of the fucking horrors of the world every single day to try and get you guys this stuff. And I say that also while wanting to say tomorrow I will not be going through all the horrors of the world. Tomorrow I'll be doing a chiller game stream because today's getting kind of real. Today's getting scary and awful, and I'm gonna need a day to just kind of like purge that, which I did not get to do this weekend because I was doing my taxes. What is this, PBS? Kinda. Public broadcasting services. Nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it. Math 2 is here. Yeah, thanks. Thank you for laughing, Erica. Thank you. Thank you.
The horrors persist, but so do your donations.
Hey, that's what I like to see, Zia Spots. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It's so frustrating that it takes something as drastic as the orange turd to mobilize people to simply care for others. it is frustrating, but understand that the very reason it takes something so drastic is because capitalism itself is metastasizing inside of our society to create people like Trump. You know?
May Dono Ghost bless this lovely chat full of shimps, and their captain's epic bones. Blah blah blah.
Blah, 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 blah. And yes, please keep donating so that the Dono Ghost doesn't steal my bones. BWA. It takes drastic action to mobilize people, specifically because capitalism in kind of our current state of things alienates people from one another. It is designed to create interchangeable cogs in a machine. It is designed to isolate us. It is designed to rip us out of community with each other so that we cannot organize. That is in part what happens when you consolidate power in the way that it's been consolidated under capitalism. You know? Conservatives complain about DEI, but it developed as a framework built upon decades of efforts to address discrimination and promote fairness. That is one of the things, right? Like, they're trying to rip it out. They're trying to rip DEI out, but DEI was literally just like a legal framework to help companies not get sued. You know, like, that's really all we're talking about when we come to why all these companies had DEI programs in the first place. It was to save them money so that they did not get killed in lawsuits. I'm tired of beating this drum, but the answer is always unregulated capitalism is bad. It's true! And capitalism, by its nature, will seek to unravel regulation. Oof. All right. Just that was a whole lot. That was a lot. Let's do a small little palate cleanse here. Just a small one. So Donald Trump and JD Vance had OSU out to the Capitol earlier today, and things went about as well as you'd expect from this administration. Keep an eye on JD Vance here. Oh God. Incredible stuff. Good job, JD Vance. Good job. When people ask, like, but Jack, do you really think it would be a good idea to impeach Donald Trump? JD Vance would be in charge then. It's like, yeah. Have you seen him? Have you seen him? Have you seen him try to be a person? Like, holy moly. Classic. He looks like JD Vance looks like the guy in like who gets like made fun of by the friend group, you know? That's the aura he projects into the world.
The charisma of wet toilet paper.
Yeah, and like the only thing holding together the Republican coalition right now is like fear of the cult of personality of Donald Trump. That's it. That's the only thing. I love how the music swells as he breaks it. Isn't it? It some things are just cinema. Now, I want to also throw this out there. I know things are really scary. Like, folks, I know things are really scary. It's getting worse. It's not just you. Things are getting worse, right? That being said, there is reason to hope. One of those reasons is what we are seeing from the likes of AOC and Bernie Sanders. Okay?
Looks like JD is losing their base. Blah 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 ha ha ha.
That was that was really good.
JD Vance makes me wonder what Asha must be like to be okay with marrying and having kids with that.
Right. I've also thought about that. Like, I do genuinely assume that a lot of these women are just miserable all the time. But, like, I don't know. Maybe they're monsters, too. Who can say? Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. But Bernie and AOC have been on this fight oligarchy tour. Oh, my goodness. I'm going to have to turn off the text-to-speech, guys.
Fife of VPs.
Vance is the Barney Fife of VPs. I understood that reference. But, you know, AOC, Bernie, they've been on this nationwide tour, folks. And, like, one of the things that I take hope in is that they are mobilizing people in a way we haven't seen before. Like, we literally have not seen this. It is an off-election year. There's no midterm this year. There's nothing. We've got a handful of special elections. That's it. And most of those are done now. Okay? This is from Utah. AOC and Bernie Sanders took their rally, tour to Utah. And over 20,000 people showed up in an off-election year. An off-election year in the heart of a very conservative region of the country. And this message is resonating.
So many of us know what it feels like for life to be one bad day, one bad piece of news, one major setback from everything feeling like it's going to fall apart. And we don't have to live like this anymore, Utah. We can make a new world, a better country, where we can fight for the dignity of all people. And it looks like living wages, Utah. It looks like stable housing, Utah. It looks like guaranteed health care, Salt Lake City. And it looks like respect for all of our differences, no matter who we are or where we come from. Oligarchy or democracy. And we are here today because we choose democracy. We choose freedom. So many of
leftist audio. No kidding. Whew, that was difficult. That being said, that message is resonating, folks. That message is resonating. People are out there. They're getting pumped up. Audio guy had one job.
Sheriff Roscoe P. Coltrane to Trump's boss hog.
I understood that reference too. Thank you for the $10 super chat. God. Dear Dragon Warrior, thank you.
The revolution would be lo-fi.
It's pronounced Luffy. Main character of One Piece.
Utah is fine with all of this as long as we agree that the Garden of Eden was in Jackson County, Missouri.
I like your style, Sake Tanuki. But understand here, folks, that people are aroused.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Do not put your faith in any politician. Do not put your faith in, any institution. Put your faith in the American people. Okay? Put your faith in the tens of thousands of people at every single one of these rally stops that shows up to Tim Walz's town hall or to AOC and Bernie Sanders giving a speech. Put your faith into those people. Put your faith into the folks who turned out in the millions. on April 5th. Put your faith in that movement of folks, because we are not alone. Our entire system is designed to make us feel alone, right? And I know that it's really easy to look at this entire situation and say, but Donald Trump said we might not be able to vote in 2028. And it's like, motherfucker, I don't give a shit what one guy said. That's one guy. We've got millions. We got millions of one guys. You know? Like, did some guy in a suit say something about taking away your rights? Well, guess what? We got a million guys in, in whatever, who are going to fight for him. Okay? Like, a bit, I'm not being facetious, guy, when I talk about this, right? I'm not being like, I don't know, pie in the sky about it. Where does the aroused soundbite come from? It comes from Chuck Schumer talking about how he's never seen people so worked up demanding Democrats actually do something. Except instead of saying angry, he said aroused. And he actually says aroused a lot, and it's weird. But, I guess the Baileys tell him to. So, I mean, like, folks, here's a union member for the Teamsters who's showing up to a strike. Look at this. Look at this. Oh man, are you gonna who are you gonna listen to about not having an election? Donald Trump or this guy? I think this guy wants to have an election. My money's on this guy. Turning up to a protest with a goddamn horse. Ten out of 10. I'm all for union members on horses. So all I'm saying is, like, I understand the fear. I understand the uncertainty. I understand that, like, we're in scary ass times. But we can do hard things. We can make a difference. And when we all work together, there is no force on earth that can stop us. When we all work together, we can put people on the goddamn moon. When we all work together, we can, overthrow kings and feudal societies that have existed for 1,000 years. When we all work together, there is nothing that is impossible for us. So let's work together, and let's make sure this wannabe king, this punk-ass fascist prick, does not get what he wants. Honestly, I feel disgusting even saying punk-ass, because that gives him too much credit. Weaselly worm of a man. Let's go. So, there we go. We finished a segment. We did it. We did it. Now it's time to actually get to the first named segment. Okay? I won't take this worm slander. This pants pisser. The wee wee wizard. Yeah. Yeah, friends don't let friends get outmaneuvered by J.D. Vance or Donald Trump. Or fucking Stephen Miller. Fucking skull-ass motherfucker. Dems are to blame for Trump's win, telling people not to vote for Biden. Well, I mean, Biden wasn't on the ballot, so I hope no one voted for Biden in the election. One. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, yeah, I don't think that people saying don't vote for Biden is what cost Kamala Harris the election. I think that Biden cost us the election. If I have to be completely honest with you, Biden running completely hamstrung Kamala Harris's campaign. It is part. It's not really. No. See what? Like if you look.
The thing about a Stephen Miller is he's got cold eyes. Dead eyes, like a doll's eyes. Doesn't even seem alive. Not till he bites ya. Then there's the blood and the screaming in the water.
Honestly, I can see that for Stephen Miller. I can see that. I can see the comparison.
I feel like instead of a dumbbell, this admin requires something more suggestive of Trump's dance moves. A shake weight.
I'm not built to suck your dick.
So, like, the issue here is that saying Biden shouldn't have run in the first place is a big difference between that and like saying don't vote for Joe Biden. The reason Biden shouldn't have run is because people saying don't vote for Joe Biden was like one of the most obvious things you could have predicted in the entire universe. This is not like people saying don't vote for Joe Biden's fault. And frankly, every single election, you are going to have people on the left and the right calling on folks to like, don't vote for so-and-so because they're bad on XYZ. That's going to be every election because there is no perfect political figure, right? The issue is that, well, people didn't vote. But you need to look at why didn't they vote and not just make wild assumptions. Why didn't people vote for Kamala Harris? And it's very specifically because Kamala Harris did not communicate enough to the public on progressive enough positions economically that would excite people to vote for her. It is simple as that. Her entire economic policy was dictated largely by her brother-in-law, who is an executive at Uber. So like saying, oh man, people said don't vote for Joe Biden, that did not cost Kamala Harris the election. If anything, it should have been an indicator for Biden to get out sooner. And all I'm saying is that he shouldn't have run at all the second time. Kamala Harris probably would have won. The lady you just showed was one. Man, the squad, pardon the term. I want you to go and find me an article of the squad saying don't vote for Joe Biden. I want you to provide any kind of citation for that whatsoever. A year before on Twitter. Oh, if it's on Twitter, then you should be able to find it then. Go find a link and send it to a mod. I would love to see any evidence of this because I already know it doesn't exist because I cover politics. Wow, okay. Yeah, look, go find the evidence. Stop spinning shit. I don't care what you say in my chat. Go find the evidence, whisper it to a mod. I'll look at it and I'll eat crow if I'm wrong. I'm offering you a chance to correct me. But just saying shit in my chat that I do not point blank believe without evidence is not going to go very well. We need the evidence, Ghost, to verify? Yes. Well, it's easy since you responded to them. Yeah, I respond to the thing you say. But the thing is, I'm not just going to believe you because you said so. That's not an argument. Hush. If you ever say hush to me again, you are going to be banned forever. And I do not give a fuck. Honestly, like, me even giving you that chance is like, I'm saying I responded. I don't give a fuck if you responded. Give me my goddamn evidence. The next thing you post in my chat, other than yes, ma'am, should be the evidence. Or, hey, I whispered the evidence to a mod. That is the next thing I should see. You can post the link. For fuck's sake. You're wasting not just my time, but the time of hundreds of people. So whisper a goddamn mod with your evidence, or shut the fuck up. Jesus fucking Christ, some people. Next thing in chat, either I submitted my evidence to one of the mods, or, damn, I don't have it. So is this normal here? Yes, I will yell at chatters for not being able to substantiate their pedantry. Yes, I will. I will, in fact, yell at people for being pedantic assholes who don't know what they're talking about. And I understand if that's not for everyone, but like, holy fuck. They got unbanned Vox Leona so that they can submit their evidence. Honey, hush, you're so loud might be a compliment under the right circumstances. True. But don't tell me to fucking hush on my own show. God damn it. I was about to say Kamala needed more time, but also she screwed up her own campaign towards the end too. Yeah. And honestly, like being like continuing Biden's line on Gaza was also not doing her any favors. Respect for the subs. Hi, everyone. I just woke up from a long nap, and the Bernie AOC rally that was supposed to happen in the town over had to be moved to a bigger venue because of how many of us RSVP'd. That's wonderful, Underground Uncle. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah, Van Briggs. Honestly, the mod team has way less patience than I do. It's generally what it comes down to. Let's see. been a long day. Yeah. I gave Bernie money 3 days before he told me to vote for Biden. I don't like Bernie. Yeah, well, guess we don't have to worry about Biden or Bernie now, so that's good, I guess, right? Things are looking up. Really in the best of all possible worlds right now. Things have improved so much for Gaza and for Yemen. It's all so much better. It's all really gotten so much better. It's just peachy right now. That's why I'm drinking peach tea. It's true. It's true. Not a chat from that person yet. Must be a lot of evidence they're compiling. Yeah, indeed. I'm new. I hope you're colder than you come off for the sake of humanity. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Maybe you can rephrase that. I hate peaches. I hate bad peaches. We have a new peach monster. Man, Australia gets all the cool monster flavors.
Bernie Sanders is a great person, but he's extremely old, so I'm thinking Tim Walz would be a better candidate, but I'd certainly vote for Bernie.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat. I'm not cold. My body temperature is unusually high. I'm sorry. Okay, maybe this is a language barrier, Earl of Laurel, because I saw earlier you posted that English is not your first language. Typically, when you say someone is cold, it is not meant as a compliment. It is, in fact, the opposite of that, generally speaking. So, if you were intending to compliment, that wasn't, you didn't nail it. Did you mean cool? Yeah, cold usually means unwelcoming, harsh, mean, etc. Chill is sometimes good. Cold, not so much. Thank you, Simone Pierre Dubé. Thank you for the $2 Canadian. All right. I'm done. I'm done with that. My limit for interpreting people in good faith is expired.
I second that.
Thank you for the $5 dono, Jazz Dog. I appreciate it. I mean, I think Walz has a good chance too. I would personally like. I think a Walz AOC ticket would do a lot better. I mean, I didn't know about it either, but even with the language barrier and the attempted olive branch there. Like, all right, I'm done. Okay, I need to stop giving you... I need to stop giving chat attention. Okay? No more attention for you guys until we get through another segment.
It flabbergasts me how long this took to figure out for the Dems. It's literally the shrine of the silver monkey from Legends of the Hidden Temple.
It's literally that. They all need to climb up each other. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. Let's go! As a trans woman in Michigan with $1,000 to her name at the moment, do you have any device for I'm going to assume advice for spending versus saving? Because I do not have devices for that. I don't. I have to be honest. Like just like budget, and like if you can invest in things that are going to last longer than not. Like a good example would be like buy shoes that are going to last and not just fall apart. You know, buy clothing that is made out of cotton as opposed to like cheaper blends that might fall apart faster. If you can, do not shop at dollar stores. I will put that forward. Dollar stores fuck up your finances hardcore. They actually charge you more in a lot of ways than other stores. Yeah, the Vimes theory of boots serves you well when you can swing it. Thrift stores are great. You can find you can actually find really good shit at thrift stores. Go to thrift stores, and thrift store pricing has been going up recently, but it's still significantly cheaper than buying new. Yeah, it'll serve you well. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. What is this?
Open the door to the shrine of the silver monkey. Assemble the statue, and you may be headed for the king's storeroom.
I can't watch this. It will DMCA me, but I am going to watch it later. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Yeah, so like getting yourself good shoes, you can do that at a thrift store at a fraction of the price. I myself have a number of shoes that I love that I got at thrift stores, okay? Number 2, coats. You can get some really fucking good coats and jackets at thrift stores. But if you're looking to buy stuff that lasts, try and find like actual like if you're looking at faux leather, don't get faux leather. Faux leather will betray you. Get an actual leather jacket. They do have them at thrift stores. Buy winter clothes in summer clothes in winter. Absolutely. Get good at making stuff with rice and beans. They're very cost effective, very filling, very healthy. I did a video a while back about like how dollar stores are essentially a way of siphoning off. Well, they're predatory. Essentially, they are predatory. They come in to upcharge people who are looking to save money. Generally speaking, if you go to like a big box store like a Walmart or a Target or something, you can get more stuff for less of a cost per ounce or something like that. It's same with like Costco. If you can swing like a Costco membership,
Jack's energy matched the moment.
like it's going to be a bigger upfront cost, but that upfront cost is then going to get you so much more of a given product. Yeah. Dollar stores are good if you are in a severe pinch, but if you can swing it, you can get more bang for your buck at a bigger store. Not gonna lie, I got a Costco membership recently and they have 25-pound bags of rice for like $14. Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. Also, I believe you can add other people to Costco memberships. I'm not entirely sure how that works. But you could feasibly like get like a small group of people together to collectively have a Costco membership, maybe. Can confirm, small town, and on both the west and east exits is a Dollar General. Yeah, and like the Dollar General can kind of live alongside like Walmarts, because Dollar General predates on people who feel like they are too poor to even go to Walmart, you know? And also dollar stores work on such a low margin that like they're able to set up shop in like a place that wouldn't be able to justify a Walmart. So they're kind of like Walmarts of even smaller towns. A cost commune. Yeah. Yeah, Costco's return policy is also absolutely banging. Okay, you guys have distracted me for the last time. We are doing this segment. My wife and I are under the same membership. Hell yeah. I was listening to a podcast today. They suggested getting staples like rice and beans and other things that won't go bad. Yeah, like I would say get yourself like a couple bags of rice, get yourself a couple bags of dry beans, get yourself maybe some extra toilet paper. And like there are things that are going to start like being harder or more expensive to get with these tariffs. And so like understanding that and taking steps to kind of be able to just kind of weather through more panic-inducing times, or like times when other people are panicking and like there's no toilet paper on the shelves, you know, that might be a good thing. Buy a bidet. A bidet would be great. Freeze your bread is also a very excellent suggestion. Okay, you guys are distracting me. We must continue. I'm so sorry. Panic, who's panicking? The rich. But let me get to that. So, folks, there's, you know, this whole thing going on right now with the economy. Now, part of that is being driven right now by, well, a massive campaign within the federal government to basically purge entire departments that employ, well, the bulk of America's workforce. The single largest employer in America is the federal government. And, well, we have, of course, Elon Musk saving us all kinds of money by slashing jobs and, you know, making America great again. And as you can see here from this graph, all of Elon Musk's slashing of spending has actually ballooned the budget by $154 billion. So that's great. That's really great. Obviously, the economy must be really benefiting, and jobs must, you know, all of these people being fired from their research jobs and from their forestry positions and from their bureaucratic jobs. they all must be entering the workforce anew and finding jobs at all the factories. Am I right, guys? Right? Clearly, that would have positive effects for everyone when it comes to the economy. Oh, tariff trouble. Trump's approvals tank in new poll. Oh, conducted April 4th through April 9th, the UMass poll shows that 44% of respondents gave a thumbs up to the Republican after just 3 months in office, compared to 51% who disapprove. More people are now disapproving than approving of the Trump administration, especially when it comes to trade. That's Well, I mean, let's just how bad was it when it came to the economy? One issue that's supposed to be Trump's wheelhouse, the economy, is his most significant liability in the new poll. That doesn't sound like his plan is working, does it? Nearly 2/3 of respondents, 62%, said they don't think Trump is handling inflation well, while nearly 6 in 10, 58%, said he was mishandling trade policy, according to the poll. Barely half, 53%, said the same thing about jobs. So that is a meaningful shift on one of the policy positions that he is supposed to be strongest on. He lost 9 points in net approval rating in a single week. Yet he lost 10% of his entire support. God. And, well, you might be saying, well, I mean, didn't I just hear like a day ago that like Donald Trump lifted like all the tariffs, and now all the tariffs are 10%, and he even, you know, the tariffs on China are 145%, but like he exempted all of the smartphones and computers and microchips and such, right? Clearly that's gonna mean that the government's okay, right? Like the economy is gonna be doing great because of all of those exemptions to high tech stuff, right?
So you're saying that the big tariffs on things like smartphones and laptops, iPhones, all those iPhones built in China, that those tariffs are temporarily off, but they're going to be coming right back on in another form in a month or so? Or what are you saying?
Correct. That's right. That's right. Semiconductors and pharmaceuticals will have a tariff model in order to encourage them to reshore, to be built in America. We need our medicines and we need semiconductors and our electronics to be built in America. We can't be beholden and rely upon foreign countries for fundamental things that we need. We can't be relying on China for fundamental things that we need. Our medicines and our semiconductors need to be built in America. Donald Trump is on it. He's calling that out. So you should understand these are included in the semiconductor tariffs that are coming, and the pharmaceuticals are coming. Those two areas are coming in the next month or two. So this is not like a permanent sort of exemption. He's just clarifying that these are not available to be negotiated away by countries. These are things that are national security that we need to be made in America.
The president's made it clear.
So that is a big way of saying, actually, no. No, the exemptions are not real.
Have some Bezos bucks.
Simric D, thank you for the Prime sub, and Freedom Evie, thank you for the gifted sub to Van Briggs. Yeah, all of those exemptions aren't real, and they're actually going to come back. And not only are they going to come back, but we are going to also tariff semiconductors and pharmaceuticals. And I just need to really emphasize for you guys here that, like, there is no infrastructure in the United States to mass manufacture medicine. We do not have that infrastructure. It is all built overseas. All of the components are sourced overseas. So even if you do build the manufacturing apparatuses here, importing the materials to then make the medicines here is still going to be subject to the tariffs. Right? So either way, Yeah, y'all are about to see like $150 aspirin. That is unironically like the kind of thing we're looking at here. And your iPhone is still going to get more expensive. What you've seen over like the last week is essentially, the Trump administration coming out every single day and saying something new that causes the markets to go into chaos. And it has in turn like caused what is like rapidly seeming to become the bond crisis, which is basically, folks, people buy U.S. bonds. And those are basically an agreement where someone loans the U.S. government money and the U.S. government says, we'll pay you back in 10 years with a very, very small amount of interest. Because it's so small because we are so stable. You have the good faith and security of the U.S. government to ensure that you get that return. And because of all of the chaos, that has lowered the international finance community's trust in the U.S. government. And that trust translates to them dumping U.S. bonds, which in turn means that the dollar is losing strength internationally against other currencies. It is not good. All I'm saying here is that this problem is going to continue. And let's just take a quick look here. Here's the USA Today. Trump administration is getting ready to impose tariffs on semiconductors and pharmaceuticals. And the global trading order is still adjusting to a series of levies Trump has instituted. And, actually, this is all being done in the name of national security. And basically, the entire thought process here was that, as far as I can understand it, by the people in Trump's orbit who understand how economic things work in general, is that in a time of decreased stability in the market, typically what happens is that people take their money out of the general market and then they buy US bonds, which increases, the confidence in the US government, increases the power of the dollar, etc. And that is now not happening despite the chaos in the markets. And that's really bad. And I do not really have the capacity as someone who is not an economist to describe to you how bad that is. I would recommend you all go check out Nathan Tankis's piece on it that he published earlier today, I believe. It's very, very good.
National security, the age-old cry of the oppressor. Jean-Luc Picard.
Indeed. But that brings us to basically a better summary of what's going on here, presented to us by Elizabeth Warren, who I think it kind of hits the nail on the head here. Let's take this.
Just heard from Secretary of Commerce Lutnick. We had this exemption on all electronics, and he said that the reason is because they're going to impose new tariffs in the coming months. What do you sense? What's going on here?
Look, there is no tariff policy. It's just all chaos and corruption.
Like, boom. Boom. That's it. That is all that is happening. It is chaos because they think they have some good idea, or they think they can do something, or they're doing insider trading, or maybe all of the above. There is no coherent policy, which is why no one in the administration can give a straight answer about what is happening, why it's happening, how it will actually benefit people. They cannot come up with it because Donald Trump is a mad, rabid dog. He is just chasing cars, frothing at the mouth because of the aforementioned rabies. It is just insanity. And it is not doing any of us outside of the administration any favors. It might be doing favors to people inside the administration who are getting tipped off by what the president's going to do in private meetings, but it's not doing any of us on the outside here any favors whatsoever. Okay?
That's all we have going on. And how can you believe any of these guys? What did Donald Trump tweet out all in caps? I will not back down. How many hours was that? 24 hours, 30 hours before he turned around and backed down. They talk about an emergency. They've got a 10% tariff on basically every country in the world.
And I need to really emphasize here, a 10% tariff on a country is huge. Huge. Just a blanket tariff is not something that helps anybody.
Everywhere. What's the emergency that we have with Belgium or the emergency we have with South Korea? So, look, these guys are into chaos and into corruption. And this is the reason that it is time for Congress to step up and to say, under the authority that the president is currently using by declaring these national emergencies, no. The law says specifically Congress can just say there's no national emergency across the board here and revoke that authority from the president. That will mean we can go back to having actually a real tariff policy. Congress will have its position in place, and then we can negotiate where we need to negotiate. But we got to stop this craziness.
I understand. Just heard.
It is insane. The latest I have heard is that China is now blocking exports of rare earth metals and magnets and such that are necessary for building higher tech components of anything. And that is going to wreak havoc on the world. Like it is, or at least in US markets, rather. So it is, this is not a policy that can last. It is not politically feasible. It is not economically feasible. And one thing I really want to emphasize here is that, we're continuing to see people begin to understand the implications of what a tariff is, right? What tariffs do. Small businesses sue Trump administration over authority to impose tariffs. A group of U.S. businesses filed a lawsuit Monday arguing that Donald Trump's tariff powers are illegal under the International Emergencies Economic Powers Act. The suit was filed in the U.S. Court of International Trade by the Liberty Justice Center, a legal advocacy group arguing on behalf of 5 businesses that have been severely harmed by the tariffs. So let me just take a look here. Liberty Justice Center. This is a different organization than the Koch brother-backed org that was already suing the Trump administration. Let's just see about. I'm not familiar with this one. Nonprofit, nonpartisan, public interest, private property rights. Is this like a libertarian outfit? I genuinely don't know. Yeah, it's a right-wing Illinois Policy Institute. Let's just take a look. What is the Illinois Policy Institute? Yeah, free market, nonprofit think tank. Founder Glenn Blankenship. Or Greg Blankenship, rather. John Tillman. Who's John Tillman? Yeah, like, okay. this is this is literally okay, yeah, we're talking like these are far right organizations. These are far right organizations that typically and historically have pushed anti-abortion, that have pushed anti-COVID-19 policies, that have pushed different like conservative ideologies, right? Like these are not leftist orgs suing the Donald Trump administration. These are conservative think tanks that are funded by conservative billionaires going after Donald Trump. This is, by the way, like this is Republican on Republican violence. This is, if you want to interpret it in a more narrativized structure, this is, you know, the first semblances of a rejection of Trump's fascistic tendencies by more mainstream Republicans who just want to grill, chill, and make line go up. You know, they do not, the line is not going up. Donald Trump has not been benefiting businesses. If you're a billionaire, even if you bent the knee, you haven't really benefited all that much now. Yeah, these are what he referred to as the panicans. Yeah, it really is a... Oh, God. Did I not add the let them fight? I thought I did. Oh, no.
Let them fight.
There we go, I did. Nice. Nailed it. Yeah, these people are nuts. But even more interestingly, I want to turn your attention here to one piece from the Wall Street Journal that really caught my eye. Okay? Let me just bring this up here.
You are looking 90s anti-Linux today. I'm NGL. I subscribed because I was like, who's this smart pretty redhead lol? Anyways, thanks for discussing these issues with humor and candor.
Well, Nori Hicks, thank you for the $10 super chat and for that incredible compliment. Annie Lennox. Yes, please. Thank you so much. And welcome to the community. Love to see new faces here. So we've got this next article, and this is what I want to end this entire tariff segment on. The amount of chaos that Donald Trump has injected into the market and injected into, like, not just the US market, but the global market. I know that a lot of people's eyes glaze over. We're not getting into the intricacies here. Just the amount of unpredictability is completely unacceptable to basically any kind of business interest from big to small. Like, a huge part of doing business is being able to count on, you know, certain stability, or at least islands of stability. All of that has been thrown into question. And I think it says something that someone who has written for the Wall Street Journal for 33 years as someone who covers business put out an op-ed for their Business World section that reads thusly: Donald Trump wants to be impeached again. It's already in the cards thanks to his ill-founded trade war, no matter how that war plays out. And this kind of dovetails nicely with one of the things that I put out there just a handful of days ago, which is that if you have the votes for Congress to reclaim tariff authority, you also have the votes to impeach Donald Trump, and not just impeach him, but also convict him. This article only exists if, like, the Wall Street Journal and, like, people with money who read the Wall Street Journal are already thinking this. Okay? This week, the system worked. Donald Trump blinked. The unwinding is still just beginning. It will be painful and tumultuous. A grief-filled fight lies ahead over whether his trade actions have even been legal and constitutional. Many slips between cup and lip are to be expected. China and the US are rushing towards an unplanned total stoppage of trade. The bond market is signaling a potentially dangerous combustion with America's unaddressed fiscal sustainability challenge. The courts will come into play, albeit cautiously, if judges and justices believe US-Canada negotiations by then are pointing towards an exit ramp, justifying a bit of presidential leeway for national security reasons. A future Trump impeachment seems all but guaranteed by last Wednesday morning. It seems only slightly less likely now. It may even be desirable to restore America's standing with creditors and trade partners. Like, can we just, like, hang on this for a minute? It may even be desirable to restore America's standing with creditors and trade partners. And in not... This isn't like a... How do I put this? This isn't even like a hemming and hawing. This is like a, yeah, you guys have totally undermined, like, the credibility of the American state to the point where you need to get a new president, even if it's just like a slightly less bad Republican. You need to get that, because otherwise no one on this planet can trust you. So, yeah. And yes, Droning Goddess, any Republican can call for a vote of no confidence in Mike Johnson. So, very interesting stuff. As sacrilegious as the comparison may seem, Mr. Trump faced a problem Abraham Lincoln and Franklin Roosevelt solved by dying once their great achievements were in the bag. Mr. Trump's great achievement was his 2024 re-election, a rebuke to the injustices and insults meted out to him by his fans since 2016, some of which were even real. However, no consensus or even significant coalition exists for trying to force into existence a new American golden age with tariffs, which anyway is like asking a chicken to give birth to a lioness. He invented this mission out of his own confused intuition, which honestly is true. That's true. That is an accurate analysis of the situation right now. He has goofed too close to the sun, and now his Icarus wings, built by morons, are starting to fall out of the sky. Probably because he gutted the FAA.
To quote the awesome Representative Rashida Tlaib from Trump's first term, impeach the mother fair.
Yup. Let's see here. Out of the outcomes still in the cards, the least bad now may be the Trump proposal, on which I bestowed a left-handed Cupid doll last year. What the fuck? A universal. I do. No, I don't want to know. I don't want to know, and I don't care. A universal, non-discriminatory 10% import tax. It faintly resembles a consumption tax or carbon tax. If Mr. Trump can then pivot away from his trade war dysphoria to domestic tax and regulatory reform, his presidency may yet be saved. Which, like, yeah, this is the kind of thing, a 10% import tax across the board, which would be inflationary and would be a tax disproportionately on the working class in America, is the thing that all of these conservatives salivate over. This is what conservatives, when they elected Trump, that is what they wanted. The issue is Donald Trump does not understand how tariffs work, does not really care to learn, and is instead in a dick measuring contest with literally the entire world. If we impeach Trump and win, then we will have to deal with a pissed JD Vance. I don't care, though. Like, a pissed JD Vance? Do I not have the... I closed the tab already. Damn it, I wanted to play the video of him dropping the the trophy again. He's got no riz. He does not have the same kind of support that Donald Trump does. You know, he just is incapable of leading the coalition like Trump does. And you know what? After we have the pressure to remove Donald Trump, we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop criticizing J.D. Vance. We are going to be mobilized already. But let's keep going here. If Mr. Trump can then pivot away from his trade war dysphoria, blah, blah, blah. With floods devastating his northern counties, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear has been making TV rounds lately. Americans see an attractive, insane Democrat who might have sought and won his party's nomination in the completely different 2024 election we could have had. November's outcome, remember, tells us only how voters reacted to a binary choice. In fact, polls show most voters thought it was a lousy choice, hence history's most risible irony. Nobody stands to benefit more now than Joe Biden if the Trump presidency can avoid complete disaster. At least posterity would then have less incentive to dwell on how Joe and Jill threw America under a bus with their craving for a second term. Historian and author Niall Ferguson this week chose the adjective full retard. Wow. Really? For Trump trade policy. I go with neurotic for the words wider applicable. Sorry, I just wasn't expecting to see this phrase in the Wall Street Journal. Holy moly. I go with neurotic for the words wider applicability to any leader who, lacking a clear beat on his times, fabricates a gratuitously ambitious mission to meet his misguided sense of importance. Damn. Yeah, I better not see you guys posting that in chat, okay? That was a one time. The phenomenon is more intrinsic to politics than we might think. Vladimir Putin is a current example. Bill and Hillary Clinton's first term grand healthcare scheme nearly broke his presidency. What if Roosevelt had been gifted with 83 rather than 63 years? So many elites were subsisting on his coattails practically from birth. The systemic pressure to invent an agenda to justify a fifth, sixth, seventh term would have been immense. Notice how even the desultory Biden crowd still shapes our country's trajectory with their clinging to office. Ugh. The prose in this is not great. Nobody in Mr. Trump's orbit actually shares his belief in the magical efficacy of tariffs because it makes sense only in a world that doesn't exist, where other countries don't retaliate. That's why you can expect his aides soon to be hinting so Davos that his China tariffs are really about leverage to pressure Beijing to help out Ukraine. The founders never anticipated today's instantly responsive trillion-dollar financial markets, and yet these markets neatly adumbrate the founders' scheme of checks and balances, also known as feedback. Mr. Trump, still sane enough to appreciate what's good for Mr. Trump, listened this week to their feedback. May he continue to do so. The left's picture of a proto-dictator never really meshed with with his nature of a flighty glutton for attention. What the fuck do you think a dictator is? They literally have all of the attention. But okay, Mr. Trump's policies aren't poll-based or policy-based. They aren't strategic. They are ratings-based. From the moment he appeared in 2015, he was a Democratic accident waiting to happen for exactly this reason. The wild card that can't be foreseen was the lying cowardice and self-discrediting of his opponents, especially the press, which afforded him an improbable legitimacy he never would have obtained otherwise. Might something valuable yet come from this accident? As Zhu Enlai was misunderstood to say about the French Revolution, it's too soon to tell. Ask me in 150 years. So, like, I don't know. Like, the article thesis kind of fell apart towards the end, in my opinion. But I think the gist of it is still, like, it's still good. You know, like, it's still, like, yeah, this man does not have a plan. He's just chasing cars to chase cars. You know, this man does not understand what he's playing with. He he's too unpredictable for world powers, and that is very possibly a pathway for the Republicans in office to begin to coalesce around. And I'm not gonna hold my breath for that. But understand that as pressure mounts publicly, and as, you know, you're seeing like AOC draw 20,000 people in the heart of a red state, you know, in all of these rural areas that they're going. That's causing Republicans to take notice. They're also noticing in the special elections that those elections swung by like 15 points. They're also taking note that the entire world financial markets are now on fire for no reason. And their donors are calling them. Their voters are calling them. Not just like lefties like us calling them 24/7, but they're freaking out. They're going to continue freaking out. And they did not vote for a doubling in the price of eggs, which is, by the way, something that people are seeing as part of these like tariffs. You know, they didn't sign up for losing their job because suddenly the part to make the machine work for their job, you know, quintupled in price due to tariffs.
I've been assured that this fever will break by the Dems since 1992.
It's true. I don't think that the fever is going to break because they finally became sane. I think the fever is going to break precisely for the same reason that an article like this gets published in the Wall Street Journal. And that is because Donald Trump is fucking with the money. You know, you can be a mafioso if you have the money. But if you're fucking with the money, and everyone below you knows that you're fucking with the money, eventually someone takes you out of your job. Even if you're the head of the family. So like, that's my argument. I don't think that the fever is going to break. I think it is going to be too tumultuous. And there are going to be people who do a cost benefit analysis and think now is the time to stab Caesar in the back. You know? I do think that these protests, like what we saw on April 5th, are only going to grow. More and more people are going to be mobilized. And that is what I have my faith in. My faith is in the tumbling international markets and in the organization and mobilization of the American people. Full stop. And with that, I guess we'll move on. April 19th is the next nationwide protest. Be there. There are a lot of next nationwide protests. There's also one on April 15th, aka tomorrow. But I think what we're going to see is probably like monthly protests that are coordinated across multiple groups. Speaking of protests, I'm going to be speaking at one. Hell yeah, Lady Ringcloud. And folks, we've now been going for over 3 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Really appreciate it. This guy's forehead is enormous. Thank you for another attempt at the bigotry. However, again, you're going to have to attack an actual part of my body that I'm self-conscious about. And you just, you know, you're firing into a target-rich environment. I have insecurities, but you're missing. It's kind of incredible. It's like you went to a shooting range and shot at the paper cutout and just managed to like miss every single part of the paper cutout body. It's crazy. Uncertainty is still the highest barrier to investment in USA and business surveys, even after Liberation Day. Oh, 100%. The uncertainty is Donald Trump, and Donald Trump needs to be like removed in order for that uncertainty to go away. Better a 5 head than a shit head. And you know, I don't even have a 5 head. My hair's just pulled back. I actually have a perfectly proportioned forehead. Thank you. Whew, baby. On the fifth protest, I spoke on stage to 1,000+ liberal boomers because they wanted a young person to say something. Hell yeah! That's what I love to see. Cross Crescent Creed, how are you doing? It's been a while since I saw you in chat. Appreciate it. Let's see here. Also, folks, remember to like the stream. Look, chat. Okay? There are 378 of you in YouTube chat right now, and yet there are only 217 likes. And I am here to say, I think you guys can hit at least 250. I think you guys might even be able to hit 300 likes. All right? I think you guys could do that. I believe in the power and the mobilization and the virtue of chat to hit that like button. We support penguins here? Hell yeah. Tempted to draw artwork of Jack just because it would infuriate the haters? Go for it. Y'all always have my blessing to do art. And also, folks, if you've been enjoying the show, remember to hit the donut button, hit the subscribe button, hit all the buttons that would potentially monetarily reward me, because that is what makes this show possible. Whew. And I'm gonna close these tabs. We gotta do a. I gotta get better at closing the tabs that I've opened up. Oh, this is not terribly important, but the next time we have a day where we talk about, like, not talk about, where we collectively enjoy public domain movies and television, I did find that there is an old 1958 television series about the adventures of William Tell, and that seems really on brand, and I'm just gonna play the intro here.
Come away with William Tell, come away to the land he loved so well. What a day when the apple fell for Tell in Switzerland. Come away to the mountainside, look down to the pass where the tyrants ride. Hit a bolt, and down they go for Tell in Switzerland. Hurry on, there's a dungeon cell. Hurry on, there's a noose as well. But we'll escape from the jaws of hell for Tell in Switzerland.
So yeah, that's a show. What the fuck? He always uses a crossbow? Yeah, in the story of William Tell, he uses a crossbow. This is amazing, isn't it though? Ectobile August, thank you for liking the YouTube stream, even from Twitch. Looks promising? I think it does too. I don't. Yeah, that was me. I'm sure they didn't actually do the William Tell shot for the intro, but that would be very funny. Did I ever find the missing "What's a Girl to Do" episode? No, I'm still looking for the full "What's a Girl to Do" film and episode 5 of "What's a Girl to Do," or episode 4. It's either 4 or 5. Did I get a chance to check out the trailer for the upcoming William Tell movie? No. Should I do that? You know, it's on brand. We might as well. Okay, we might as well. All right, let's take a look. Oh, it has Ben Kingsley in it. That's pretty cool. Let's take a look. I know nothing about it. Yes, it's the gym episode, Sam Van Moose.
Load thy bow, and make thee ready to shoot an apple from your son's head.
You think we're safe here? God has long forgotten us.
This is about our freedom, our families.
I leave them naked and trembling before me.
Fight for us. We will do it as one.
And now it begins.
Kill them! Who are you?
William Tell.
Your heavy hand has created a hero.
He is one man!
Your ignorant abuses have increased resistance. Raise an army.
Prepared for war.
We will take back our homes, our town, and our country.
We will summon up our skills in battle!
And we will teach our enemy how we war!
We're all with you, Tell.
Your heads will be on pikes! You're finished!
No, I didn't want to watch another one. I just wanted to see like who's directing. Who is directing? A Nick Ham film. Okay, Nick Ham. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, but when did the dragons show up? I forgot WT used a crossbow, medieval sharpshooter. Yep. Propose we all get funky and funkily promote the funk. That way the mothership will land. Yes. Is this based on actual events? No. It's kind of like an apocryphal story about like the creation of Switzerland. It's kind of like a Johnny Appleseed type story, but it's one of the pride and joy, not pride and joy. It's like it's one of the premier folk tales of the Swiss. And I think you know what? Honestly, I think that looked pretty good. I was pretty excited. It looked like they took a lot of effort to do historical accuracy, which I appreciate. It also looked like it wasn't going for kind of that washed out aesthetic that a lot of A lot of medieval movies try and do like a washed out aesthetic to make it look more real, but like that doesn't do justice to doesn't really do justice to the actual aesthetic of the times. Wait, this movie came out last year? Oh, it came out January 10th. Wait a minute. Why are you all telling me that it's coming out in the future when it's already out? Let's see. What are the consensus here? Critic reviews. Very interesting story that tells a cool history. Nice. Here, let's take a look at the Roger Ebert review. Ba-ba. Oh, okay. Okay. So, the Roger Ebert review actually has a really good take on it at the beginning. There have been so many of these movies that they need an official name. My friend Chris Pigna has a good one, a swashbummer. A swashbummer is exciting and gets you rooting for the good guys and against the bad guys. Like a traditional old Hollywood swashbuckler, but it also bums you out because the incredible swordplay and bow and arrow kill shots are there to remind you of man's inhumanity to man. Roger Ebert's alive? No, but like his website's still staffed and does movie reviews. Can I get a TLDR on the current constitutional crisis? No, because you're going to get the long did read version, the LDR version, if you will. Like Gladiator, yes. Gladiator is actually a go-to. Yeah, Gladiator, Last Duel, The Duelists, Napoleon, Braveheart, Rob Roy, The Patriot, Troy, Kingdom of Heaven, The 300, etc. Yeah, this does look like... It reminded me of Kingdom of Heaven, actually. Hate when medieval fantasy is gray and dingy. Humans love colors. Self-expression is vital, even when not practical. See ornate medieval dick armor. Yeah, and also, like, the people did have colors and did color their clothes. And, like, did make pigments and paint and did shit, you know? Some Praxis Hopium. We're organizing a MAGA outreach campaign. Early results are promising. Also, they hate the Dems too. I mean, that's good. Something tells me that they're not going to like the leftists very much, but you know, that's fine. I will be satisfied just with getting the current people out and sorting the rest out afterwards. You'd be surprised. Let me just put it out there that I'm glad you are doing this. I'm glad you are finding results. Ooh, 5 arm curls. You're killing me, Van Briggs. They are craving knowledge. I believe you. 2, 3, 4, 5. I've just found in my capacity that it's not necessarily a worthy use of my time, because most of the Republicans who come to me and come to this channel tend to be people who want to, you know, be bigoted. It worked on your mom? Hell yeah. What's the book? What brand are those dumbbells? No idea. I've had them for ages. That's a secret. Don't change their mind. Just tell me the name of the book because I can't see your links. I believe you. I just don't want to do that. Does that make sense? Like, I don't want to hang out with people who are going to be bigoted towards me and make that the center of my advocacy. But that's why I'm glad there are people like you who can do that and are doing very essential work. You know? Vulture capitalism? Oh, yeah. I've that is the Grace Blakely book. I know I saw an interview with her about this.
The biography of Marcel Marceau made me change my mind.
God damn it, Saki Tanuki. Sometimes it takes like a second to get into my brain. That's where I saw it. The Majority Report did an interview with Grace Blakely, and it was a really fucking phenomenal interview. Thank you for reminding me of that book. I need to read it. It's quite good, judging by her performances in interviews. What's my workout routine? My workout routine is laughably bad. I go and run on the elliptical for about 30 to 40 minutes, maybe an hour if I'm feeling plucky. And beforehand, I do like just some light arm exercises, like bicep curls, you know, get on all fours and do whatever this does, the pulls with barbells and barbells, sit-ups, leg raises, and that's pretty much my routine. It's not very intensive. It's just I just need to be consistent with it. Well, I'm glad you're having a lot of good luck with you're having good results with your mom, Duck Authority. That is some real hopium, you know? It's always nice to see loved ones carve their way out of the far right rabbit hole. This isn't your mom? Okay, well, I'm sorry. You're in the UK. Oh, I see. Some kind of chest press would be good. Yeah, I'll get there. Do I even drink water? I drank 2 entire jugs of water today. All right. Are you guys ready? Got one more topic, and then we are going to go into the main event for the night. The constitutional crisis. Here we go. So, folks, there is a place called Pennsylvania. It is a state. It has a governor named Josh Shapiro. And Josh Shapiro yesterday was the target of an assassination attempt. And I gotta be honest, when I first heard about it, I was like, oh, well, like, okay, what happened? And I learned it was arson. And I was like, oh, okay. So like a guy tried to burn the house down, but like they didn't succeed. Everyone was okay. All right. So like it couldn't be that bad. Right. And photos of it got posted today, and it's this is what happened in the Shapiro residence. That is the governor's mansion. And wow. Like we're talking, this was actually quite serious. That sure is what fire does. Yeah, but from like the reporting of it, I did not get the impression that this was, you know, a remotely successful arsonist attempt. I assumed that, oh, they didn't get in, or like they were going with intention, or like they lit a corner of the house on fire, but like it didn't really take, and then they got arrested. Like I didn't know until these pictures came out, like, oh, it's actually really bad. This is some huge amounts of damage. And this all happened while Josh Shapiro was sleeping on Passover. There were guests in the house. And the man who did this was arrested earlier today. And just a man scaled an iron security fence in the middle of the night, eluded police, and broke into the Pennsylvania governor's mansion, where he set a fire that left significant damage and forced Governor Josh Shapiro, his family, and guests to evacuate the building, authorities said Sunday. The man, captured later in the day, will face charges of attempted murder, terrorism, aggravated arson, and aggravated assault. And Shapiro said he, his wife, their 4 children, 2 dogs, and another family had celebrated the Jewish holiday of Passover at the residence on Saturday and were awakened by state troopers pounding on their doors at about 2 a.m. on Sunday. They fled and firefighters extinguished the fire, officials said. No one was injured. But, like, that is way worse than what was initially reported, which was, like, suspected arsonist attack on the governor's mansion. I did not know that like their entire wing of their house had like burned down, you know? Yeah. Authorities said the suspect hopped over a nearly 7-foot-high iron security fence surrounding the property, eluded officers who became aware of the breach, and forcibly entered the residence before setting it on fire. Balmer had a homemade incendiary device and appeared to have carefully planned the attack. He was inside the residence for about a minute before he escaped. So, like, we're not even talking about like just like a crazy guy doing an arson. We're talking about a guy who built a home burn down device and then had an entry and exit plan. So let's take a look at the briefing here. Keep in mind, this is what I saw yesterday. Just like, oh, there's like some burn damage on the outside, but like, oh, that might not be that bad.
Good afternoon. Last night at approximately 2 o'clock in the morning, while my family and I were asleep upstairs here at the governor's residence, One of the state troopers assigned to our detail banged on our door, woke us up and told us we had an emergency and needed to leave immediately. Together, we secured all of our children, our 2 dogs, our family that was staying with us, and the troopers safely evacuated us from the governor's residence. Last night, we experienced an attack not just on our family, but on the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania here at the governor's residence. I want to thank the Pennsylvania State Police for safely evacuating our family, for their bravery last evening, and for their careful leadership of this investigation. I want to thank Harrisburg Fire and their chief, who was personally on the scene and spent time with me and my family last night. He and the other firefighters from Harrisburg ran toward danger to help keep us safe and quickly putting out the fire. I want to thank the Capitol Police for assisting the Pennsylvania State Police last night in ensuring everything was orderly. I want to thank the FBI and our federal partners for their assistance. I spoke a couple hours ago with Director Kash Patel of the FBI. He promised all of the resources of the federal government. He was extremely kind and courteous and thoughtful in his conversation with me. And I thanked him and the women and men of the FBI and the President of the United States for their support, especially when
I understand that you're expected to say these things, but also fuck those people. Genuinely.
Thank your local district attorney, Fran Chardo. Fran is someone I've known for 20 years in public service, an outstanding leader in law enforcement. You'll hear from him in a few moments. Lori and I are
Why did he fucking compliment Kash Patel? Well, probably because someone tried to murder him literally hours earlier. And not just him, but his entire family.
Imagine having an attack on your residence, getting a warning to evacuate immediately to a safe place because a force has plotted against you for years.
Yeah. Imagine that. But Josh Shapiro is not he's not a great lefty politician by any means. Let's put it that way. He does not care about the people in Gaza who endure constant bombings and murders and slaughterings every single day. That being said, I don't wish what happened to Josh Shapiro on anybody. I don't wish what happens in Gaza on anybody. And I don't know, I can understand, even if people elsewhere in the world have it worse than you, that it would be a pretty sobering and shaking, and it would leave you shaken to have someone break into your home with the intention of murdering you and your family. So I don't know. That's where I'm at.
Lori and I are overwhelmed by the prayers and the messages of support that we've received from all across Pennsylvania and all.
Wait, yeah, like I said, if it hadn't been apparently racially motivated, I would be fully supportive. What?
Across the United States. We've heard from our fellow governors and first spouses. We've heard from several of the former governors of Pennsylvania. We've heard from so many friends and loved ones. And we've heard from so many caring citizens of this great Commonwealth. I want you all to know that your prayers lift us up. And in this moment of darkness, we are choosing to see light. And we appreciate the light that you have shined upon us. Pennsylvania State Police, led by Colonel Christopher Paris, will brief on the specifics of what transpired. But we do know that this attack was targeted. We don't know the person's specific motive yet, but we do know a few truths. First, this type of violence is not okay. This kind of violence is becoming far too common in our society. And I don't give a damn if it's coming from one particular side or the other.
Apparently, after his arrest, Balmer said that he told officers that if he had encountered the governor when he was there, that he would have beat him with a hammer. So that's a thing.
Directed at
Probably said that without a lawyer present. I'm going out on a limb.
one particular party or another, or one particular person or another. It is not okay. And it has to stop. We have to be better than this. And we have a responsibility to all be better. Second, if this individual was trying to deter me from doing my job as your governor, rest assured I will find a way to work even harder than I was just yesterday for the good people of Pennsylvania. Here's a third truth. If he was trying to terrorize our family, our friends, the Jewish community who joined us for a Passover Seder in that room last night, hear me on this. We celebrated our faith last night proudly, and in a few hours we will celebrate our second Seder of Passover again proudly. No one will deter me or my family or any Pennsylvanian from celebrating their faith openly and proudly. I am grateful to the good people of Pennsylvania for giving me the honor to serve as their 48th governor. I will continue to pour every ounce of my being into this work. I'm going to do my best to be your governor, and right now to be a good husband and father to my family, who are obviously traumatized by what occurred here last night. We are grateful to law enforcement for helping ease some of that trauma thanks to their outstanding work. They were here within seconds, and they did an extraordinary job. Local, state, and federal law enforcement partners. I now want to bring up the Colonel of the Pennsylvania State Police to give you some specifics on the investigation, followed by our District Attorney, Fran Chardo, and then we'll do our best to take a few questions.
Thank you, Governor. I'd like to begin by saying, on behalf of not only the Pennsylvania State Police, but all of our partners, federal to municipal, that our hearts and prayers are with you and your family during this very trying 14-plus hours. I'd like to start off by preemptively offering that this is still very much very early in a very active and dynamic investigation. And I can tell you that we're pursuing any and all leads. We have processed the crime scene and released it just recently. You will see imminently how large and complex of a scene that it is. Physical evidence has been gathered and is in the process of being forensically analyzed, both at the State Police Crime Laboratories and also the Cumberland County Crime Laboratory, and I'd like to mention them specifically. As the governor stated, the work done by Harrisburg Fire Department was absolutely instrumental in preventing any loss of life last evening.
Now, I will say, just from what I'm seeing, like reading about this seems like, from everything that is available right now, like this guy just seems like kind of a nut job. Like, I don't think he has like a coherent view of that stuff, you know? Like, this guy seems like he was just generally odious, and also, according to folks looking into his online history, like, was mainly just anti-government of all kinds, like both anti-Biden, anti-Trump, you know, just like not really ideologically consistent. He's talked about previously being on like medications for mental illness, but now he's not on them. So like, I would argue that this is probably like a hate crime, but also like it's not necessarily like a politically motivated hate crime. Does that make sense?
To acknowledge again the Harrisburg Police and the major case team that the state police was able to put together. So to pause for a moment, that was comprised of and remains comprised of the Harrisburg Police Department, the Capitol Police, our partners from the FBI. I received multiple calls from the FBI SAC of Philadelphia, who happens to be out of country, and yet he took the time to call, as well as his assistant special agents in charge, who are not only here with us, but we've spoken to throughout this incident. I received a call personally from the Attorney General with an offer of any and all support. Received a call personally from the U.S. Attorney acting for the Middle District of Pennsylvania, John Greganis, offering any and all support of the U.S. Attorney's Office. And as the governor said, who you will hear from shortly, the Dauphin County District Attorney, Fran Chardo. So I can confirm at this point, as we put out already, we are conducting an arson investigation, and we are conducting an attempted homicide and aggravated arson investigation. That is the paradigm that we've operated in. A lot of the investigative tasks.
Yeah, guys, I know we're talking about like some pretty touchy issues, but please understand, like, you cannot post anything that might be like construed as calls to violence, because like I have to police that in chat. Otherwise, it affects me. Your words also affect me, like materially, so please mind your tongues.
Tasks have focused on the who up until this point. Obviously, we're trying to piece together very early on the exact sequence of events. We were late in coming out here because we were getting rapid information as it was occurring, and I'm pleased to announce that we do have an individual in custody. His name is Cody Balmer, B-A-L-M-E-R, age 38, with a Harrisburg Post Office address. In terms of the sequence of events, because of the thrust of the investigation concentrating on the who, I want to be very deliberate in my comments as to the how and exactly the time frame. What I do feel confident in saying at this point is that we don't anticipate any charges for conspiracy, but again, I'd reiterate my qualifier that I mentioned earlier, that we are still very much inside the first 24 hours. But at this point, we do not anticipate that. Likewise, the quick action of the members of the governor's detail.
Yeah, I gotta say, good work. Like, it's good that the police officers assigned to guard him weren't just like asleep on the job. Actually woke up, actually did something, actually got everyone out okay.
Not only his immediate family, but some extended family members who were here, you will see from the physical plant behind me how grave the situation was. And when this occurred, I will tell you, again, the exact sequence of events. We will conduct a full review, but I feel very confident in telling you that it occurred over an extremely brief period of time.
If only Sam could be at every Passover Seder. Forget Elijah, leave a seat for Sam. He'd change so many minds, or at least produce so many. How did I end up here?
Oh God, did I not add the Sam Cedar materializing into every single Passover all at once?
That was some weird shit.
Several minutes, and the quick action of those troopers last night immediately shifted to the safety of the governor and his family and his extended family. So we will certainly take a look and have a full, competent, and thorough investigation, but our hats are off to the quick action of all the first responders, not just within the state police, but as the governor said, Harrisburg Fire Department, who was instrumental in getting here quickly and getting the fire knocked down.
Also, thank God, like Josh Shapiro wasn't just like chilling downstairs at like 2 a.m. Like I'm a night owl. I'm literally awake at 2 a.m. like most nights. Like that guy broke into the house with a hammer and said, if I had encountered Josh Shapiro, I would have beaten him to death with a hammer. Like, damn.
We have kept tabs on the governor all day and will continue to do so. And at this point, I'd like to turn it over to District Attorney Fran Chardo. Thank you.
We have, as the Colonel indicated, Cody Balmer is in custody. We are preparing a criminal complaint to charge him. This is not a record yet, but the charges will include attempted murder, terrorism, aggravated arson, and aggravated assault against an enumerated person. These are all very serious charges, as with any charges.
Yeah, look, can I just say, like, I understand the desire to be more proactive in your advocacy against the current administration. I get that. I also just want to instill in people who are trying to argue about the virtue of Fed posting that don't do it. Like, if you want to organize in spicier ways, go do it elsewhere in a place that is not a public forum. You absolute dipshit. Do you understand? Like, holy shit. Like, I don't understand the impulse some of you have to just like want to go out into the public square and go, I'm planning to do a violence. Like, what is wrong with you? That would not fly anywhere, and you're doing it in a place that can be scoured by an AI search bot that is going to disambiguate it from context. And just like, holy shit. Like, no one should work with you if your brain is unable to handle that. No one should organize with you until you are able to be a goddamn adult. Like, you would be more effective if you just went to the police station and said, arrest me. I was thinking about doing crimes. Like, come on. Like, I get the mental space you are in. But for fuck's sake, use some of your brain power. Hello, is this the police station? One crime, please. It's really no different than criminals who do a crime and post evidence on social media. It's honestly some of the dumbest shit you can do. So like I don't know, like if like that's the path you are bent on, like I have no power over you, and I would say don't do that. But like if you're gonna like come into my chat and be like, well, I'm gonna Fed post even harder somewhere else, like you're just why not just get a blaring neon sign to follow you everywhere that has an arrow pointed to you that says criminal? That would at least be kind of cool. You know? I don't understand the impulse here to like bad decision post. Don't like, holy fuck. Especially on like a story like this, where a governor was almost assassinated. Jesus Christ. Bad decision post is basically the story of a Blue Sky account. Yeah. I don't get it. Like selfishly, I don't want to get banned, but like I especially don't want to get banned over people who are half-assing their advocacy and like trying to virtue signal so hard that they get sent to prison. Like I don't get that. For fuck's sake.
The defendant is presumed innocent. We will file those charges within the next several hours, and we will include a probable cause affidavit which will detail the basis for this arrest. I can't give you a lot of details because it won't be of record. I can only give you the charges, but the criminal complaint and the affidavit will detail that further this very day. I want to commend the Pennsylvania State Police, the Capitol Police, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the other agencies that conducted this investigation. I was here this afternoon and witnessed the remarkable efforts. They did a great job in bringing this to a swift conclusion. And I'll tell you that they do this in every case that I work with them on, not just cases involving the governor. In every case, we are blessed to have great law enforcement agencies that work diligently in cases involving serious violence.
I don't feel like we need to watch the entire thing. Let's just jump to where Josh Shapiro gets back.
Especially in the light, motivation, whatever it was that happened here. You think it's important to show not just Pennsylvania, but the whole country, you're not going to be fearful?
I'm not fearful. I'm obviously emotional. I'm worried about my family. I want my kids to be okay. When we were in the state dining room last night, gathered with the community and family and friends, we told the story of Passover, and it's a story of going from bondage, from slavery, into freedom. I think it's an important story, both literally and figuratively, to tell. And I refuse to be trapped by the bondage that someone attempts to put on me by attacking us as they did here last night. I refuse to let anyone who had evil intentions like that stop me from doing the work that I love, stop me from being a leader of this Commonwealth and looking out for all Pennsylvanians. I will not be deterred in my work, and I will not be afraid to do that work.
Governor, who all was in the House at the time? And
all right, I don't feel like we need to get questions. I feel like I've already summarized enough of this. But yeah, we're in a time where people are being galvanized into trying to do, take the law into their own hands, act on hateful impulses. It's dangerous out there. It is a dangerous time. Our best bet is by banding together non-violently to create the kind of change we want to see. We don't want to organize some kind of armed resistance movement and get a left-wing dictator. That would not be great either. Authoritarianism, turns out it's bad. So let's just not do that. Let's actually just pursue like a more constructive course of action. I like bondage with sexy intentions. God damn it. Also, just keep in mind, folks, if you are in like a public forum and you see people talking openly on the internet about, banding together to do violence, you should avoid those people. They are not safe for you to be around or for anyone else. There is no responsibility there. There is no awareness there. It puts you at risk. It puts your loved ones at risk. And you need to be smarter than that. You need to be better than that. Peaceful solidarity of the working class is a better strat. Yeah, we literally went over a lecture by Erica Chenoweth about the overwhelming level of success nonviolence has over violent revolution. So if you want a truly better world, the best way to go about getting that is via nonviolence. There are circumstances that are very extreme under which violence is the only recourse. We are not nearly close to that yet in America. And sometimes those people are actual feds. Very good analysis, Scared Crow. We have a massive amount of energy we can harness if we do not resort to violence. Yeah, all those liberal wine moms, they're becoming socialist wine moms. Okay? I'm not a fed, you're a fed. No, you're a fed. You're such a fed. Yeah, also, committing to nonviolent resistance doesn't mean giving up self-defense. Like there are going to be brown shirts. There are already brown shirts. So keep yourself safe. Keep you and yours safe. Some people act like we didn't get information about COINTELPRO from the Vietnam era, right? Okay. So, folks, I need to use the bathroom. And we've been going for about 4 hours. I'm going to go do that. And when I return, we'll start going over the constitutional crisis. We're going to be as thorough as I can make it. Yep, bathroom boat jack, exactly. Anyway, while I'm gone, consider supporting the stream, consider hitting the follow button, the subscribe button. I'll be back in probably 3 to 5 minutes. So get a snack, get some water, get your stretch on. BRB.
So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold. Hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the cold. Harvest the cold. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we take the roads, we take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering storms. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn. Before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering storms. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Here we come. Oh, I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime. Just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering storms. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
I'm not a coal miner, as you well know, but I'm as close as I could be not to be one. My father was a coal miner who was killed in the mines, and my husband is slowly dying with black lung. And my husband and me was in the strike in the 30s in bloody Harlan County, and I do mean it is bloody too. And they tell me, these miners say, we're going to stick it out unless Duke Power signs the contract till hell freezes over. And the man knows he's got nothing to lose but their chains and their union to gain. So I say, hang in there. And now this song I composed in the 30s. And as you know, I'm old, that's 40 years ago, and I can't sing very well. But You can ask the scabs and the gun thugs which side they're on, because they're workers too. Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? If you go to Harlan County, there is no neutral there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Hello, 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 everyone. Metal Kitty Mom, hello. Oof. I do indeed drink water. My beloved. Can I get a meow? Meow. Meow. I knew it. A water drinker. I am. You know, some even call me a water bender. Because I bend this stuff all the way through my digestive tract. Hello, Uncle Gumbald. What about a gender fluid bender? Not so good at that one. I need to do some more yoga and I can be a trans bender. De wafflebackers. All right, folks. Are you guys ready for our main story of the day? Again, the only real story of the day as far as I'm concerned. Got a lot to talk about here. Let me just refresh these tabs. And away we'll go.
Okay.
No? No? Do 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 do. Here we go. Damn, see, this is why I shouldn't go to the bathroom. I need to dehydrate myself prior to stream. We lose like a third of you guys whenever I go pee. Ugh. All right. Here we go. Yeah, I need to start doing piss bottles. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Here we go. So, folks, we need to talk about how we're no longer barreling into a constitutional crisis. We are no longer, oh man, maybe we've passed the Rubicon. Maybe we're just in the middle of the Rubicon. Are we have we crossed it fully? And like, the answer is yeah, we have crossed it fully now. There is no doubt whatsoever. So to give you guys an inkling of what I mean, Donald Trump has been trying to claim that his administration has the ability to have federal agents kidnap people off of the streets, detain them in facilities scattered across the country, and then deport them to a country that they are not from, to be held indefinitely in a prison and forced to perform labor against their will. All without a trial of any kind. And this is a power that he is currently claiming and trying to use against undocumented people, people who are here legally on visas, people who are here legally with asylum status, and people who are here legally with green cards. Okay? It is a power that he also, if it is allowed to go unchallenged, could also use on full-blown U.S. citizens. And this is a power that he has expressed the desire to use on U.S. citizens. And all of this centers on the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia and the hundreds of other Venezuelans who were deported to El Salvador. And if that sounds weird, why would you deport Venezuelans to El Salvador? Well, you're kind of hitting at the problem, okay? The problem being that essentially what the United States is doing is we are taking people who are here or legally here or are in various stages of getting their citizenship and sending them to El Salvador, where the dictator of El Salvador has built a prison called CCOT. It is, and he is now being paid by the Trump administration to house those deportees and imprison them indefinitely. One of the things he has said about CCOT is that he wants to make it, this is the El Salvadoran dictator, Nayib Bukele. He wants to turn CCOT into a profit-generating facility via the use of slave labor. And it is also a place with a documented history of abuse, of torture, of deaths. It is, and I cannot stress this enough, a place that the U.S. Holocaust Museum would call a concentration camp. Concentration camps are often inaccurately compared to a prison in modern society, but concentration camps, unlike prisons, were independent of any judicial review. And what you will notice about the people being sent to CCOT is that they have no judicial review. They have no due process. They are not put in front of a judge. They are not given a trial. There is no ruling on whether they are guilty or innocent. Donald Trump has empowered his goons in ICE to simply point at someone and say, "You're here in the United States illegally," detain them, and then send them to a foreign prison to be tortured indefinitely. Okay? that is a big issue, to say the least. The United States, and I need to reiterate this, the United States is paying people to run a concentration camp. Okay? This isn't like oh man, oh look at you go, you're invoking the Nazis. No. This is a concentration camp. It is definitionally one. And, well, here's Cory Booker saying why this is important as well. It's not just me.
The court has ordered the return of this person and that the Trump administration should do it. They're paying an authoritarian leader in El Salvador to hold people in the worst imaginable types of prisons that he has sent there without any due process. And this isn't just about Mr. Garcia. This is about every American understanding that this president is making an assault on the due process rights that are afforded to people in our country. Everybody from Anton Scalia to other conservative think tanks have said very clearly, you cannot disappear people off American streets. We are a nation of rules, and due process is clearly one of them. And to erode the due process rights of anyone is a threat to the due process rights of everyone. This is a democratic slippage, and we all should be speaking out against it.
Yeah, and Cory Booker's right. And there's a reason, by the way, that he appeals to Antonin Scalia there. And that is because one of the things that needs to be made very, very clear to everyone in this country is that this is not a left issue or a right issue. This is an issue that should be bipartisan. This is an issue every single American who cares about the Constitution, who cares about freedom, who cares about rule of law, things that Republicans have at the very least claimed to care about, should care about. And one of the things that you need to understand about this case is that the Supreme Court has ruled on this case already in the form of an unsigned, which means unanimous decision by the court, enjoining the federal government to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia home. You know, this was a Maryland father married to a U.S. citizen with an autistic son who was abducted and disappeared to a foreign country without a trial. This is a place, he was deported to El Salvador. And granted, he's not Venezuelan. Sorry, that was an oversight. I should have mentioned that earlier. He's not Venezuelan. He's El Salvadoran. But he was here specifically under an order not to deport him to El Salvador. So the US government has already said, oops, our bad. We shouldn't have done that. And the lawyer that said that in court got taken off the case. And, well, basically, every official after that has also admitted to some degree in court, yeah, we probably shouldn't have done that. We goofed. However, we also have a lot of folks in the administration trying to deny said goof. Let's turn now to Stephen Miller here in a Fox News interview.
Your argument is that you don't have to bring him back home, but will you?
So I want to correct, I hate to do it, Bill, but I got to correct you on every single thing that you said because it was all wrong.
I need to preface this by saying that Stephen Miller only speaks lies. He's like, you know how in like, various fantasies and fairy tales, you'll hear about a character, one only speaks lies and the other only speaks the truth. Stephen Miller ate the truth-telling twin in utero. So now he only speaks lies.
First, we won the Supreme Court case. Clearly, 9-0. A district court judge.
Stephen Miller lied about that. They lost the court case. The Supreme Court returned an order demanding that the administration return Kilmar Abrego Garcia to facilitate his return. That is not ambiguous. It takes a very deliberate misreading of SCOTUS.
Said unconscionably that the president and his administration have to go into El Salvador and extradite one of their citizens, an El Salvadorian citizen, so that would be kidnapping, that we have to kidnap an El Salvadorian citizen against the will of his government and fly him back to America.
Now, that is not what the district judge said. The district judge told them that they must give daily updates on their efforts to return Abrego Garcia. What that means is they need to be taking steps to get him back. It does not mean we send special ops operatives there. We are literally paying them to house Abrego Garcia in CCOT. We have constructed Abrego Garcia's detention in El Salvador. You do not need to kidnap him. You simply say, we are paying you for this service. We would like him back now. We are their customer in a sense, in this twisted, fucked up sense. And thus we are able to facilitate the return. Anyone arguing that we are unable to do so is being a disingenuous, lying fuck.
Which would be an unimaginable act and an invasion of El Salvador's sovereignty.
Also, keep in mind they're saying this while openly pondering airstrikes on Mexico, so you know.
So we appealed to the Supreme Court, and it said clearly, no district court can compel the president to exercise his Article 2 foreign powers in any way whatsoever. DOJ called me after that Supreme Court ruling, and they said, this is amazing. We won this case 9-0.
They did not win that case 9-0. They lost. They must return this man. Understand that what their argument is here is that it is completely fine if you deport someone to a foreign prison with no trial on the allegations of the government alone. All that means is a government official has to point to you in a crowd and say, that one. And then armed guards come arrest you, and you are never seen by your family or friends again. They can hold you indefinitely. They can torture you. They can turn you into a slave. And you are never seen again.
An excellent standing here. So this has been portrayed wrong for 72 hours in the media.
If they can do it to this Maryland family man, they can do it to you. That is why I'm emphasizing that he's a Maryland father. He could be any single one of you. Any single one of you.
Yeah. They said the most a court could ever compel you to do would be to facilitate return, which would basically mean if El Salvador voluntarily sends him back, we wouldn't block him at the airport.
That is not what facilitate means. What it means is you ask for him to be returned. That's it. And if the US, the global superpower, asks El Salvador to return this man, they will say yes. It's not rocket science. It's not difficult to understand. It's not like, oh man, you're really reaching here, Riverboat Jack. There's no way that they would return him. He never would. Like, we're just not good on diplomatic terms. It's too thorny of an issue. Anyway, here's Nayib Bukele on Twitter saying friends with a picture of his arm around Donald Trump and emojis uniting the two countries in friendship. You know, it's totally impossible to do with our super friendly relationship. Just impossible. No way to do it. Nope, no sir.
We would put him back into ICE detention and then he would be deported either back to El Salvador or somewhere else.
No, he would go to court. Like, you still have to give him a day in court, sir.
Supreme Court said that is the most the government can be expected to do. So we won the case handily. The misreporting on this has been atrocious.
Okay,
Secondly,
I appreciate
he was
the
not, no, Bill, it's
clarification that's the
important.
case.
He was not mistakenly sent to El Salvador.
Okay, so do you...
This is contradicted by almost, like, basically everything the government has said in a courtroom to a judge.
This guy looks like Pauly Shore doing an impersonation of Jeff Bezos.
He truly does. Stephen Miller is maybe the most evil motherfucker in the Trump administration, by the way.
You still
He's an
believe
illegal
he is a
alien
member of
from
MS?
El Salvador. Hold on, this is important.
Genuinely, Uncle Gumbald, I also cannot wait to see this motherfucker in The Hague. Like, this guy deserves, and we're only a few months into this. This guy deserves like a trial in The Hague. He's disgusting.
Mm-hmm. In 2019, he was ordered deported. He has a final removal order from the United States. These are things that no one disputes. Where is he from? El Salvador.
You know, it'd be a great way to talk about whether or not he deserves to be deported. You know, a great place to start? A fucking courtroom, Stephen Miller.
Where is he a resident and citizen of? El Salvador. Is he?
You know, we actually don't know that because we haven't had it presented in a court of law. You know, where we determine someone's guilt or innocence or status.
Is he here illegally? Yes. Does he have a deportation order? Yes. A DOJ lawyer who has since been relieved of duty, a saboteur, a Democrat, put into a filing incorrectly that this was a mistaken removal.
He's calling the government's own lawyer a Democrat saboteur, just as an FYI. He's calling a lawyer that was serving under Pam Bondi and making the worst arguments a Democratic saboteur. And he had to make the worst arguments because that's literally all you can do to argue in favor of deporting this man.
It was not. This was the right person sent to the right place. Now, some have said, well, but he had a thing called withholding.
You know, you can't make the argument that, oh, he's the right guy sent to the right place about this when you sent Venezuelans to El Salvador, sir.
Order. So a withholding order means you've been ordered deported, but an immigration judge is saying you cannot go back to a particular country. Here's the thing. If you are a member of a foreign terrorist organization, you cannot have a withholding order. Since he's in MS-13, there is no withholding order.
Stephen Miller, do you have evidence that this man is in MS-13? Is that the kind of evidence that you could, I don't know, submit in a court of law to make that argument? No. Oh, okay. We're just in making shit the fuck up territory. Okay. Hey, guess what? I think I saw Stephen Miller palling around with some MS-13 gang members. You know, and you know what? I think I saw him walking out of the movie theater next to a few Tren de Aragua members. You know? And I need you guys to understand something. That I'm being a bit tongue-in-cheek about those accusations. But if I anonymously called in a tip about that to a police department, it would hold the same amount of weight as what they are using to paint Kilmar Abrego Garcia as an MS-13 terrorist. The only piece of evidence that I have seen about Kilmar Abrego Garcia being linked in any way to MS-13 comes via an anonymous informant who alleges that Kilmar Abrego Garcia had some kind of tie to MS-13. That's it. One anonymous tip. That is it. Again, if you just called in an anonymous tip saying Stephen Miller was a Tren de Aragua associate, it would be the same amount of evidence that is aligned against Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I need to be very clear about that. It is no evidence at all, and it wasn't even brought in front of a judge. No, one-eyed heathen. Do not try that, please. That was not a suggestion. Yeah, also, really difficult argument to make here, Stephen Miller, when literally the Supreme Court of the United States has recognized that, the government may have done a little loopsie-daisy. Was it page 7? The administrative error was in removing him to El Salvador, given the withholding component of the 2019 order. Boom. The error. God. But yeah, sure. Keep lying, Stephen Miller.
Furthermore,
answered my question.
The gang that he is accused of being persecuted by doesn't exist anymore in El Salvador.
Dude, he's so desperate to get this narrative out there that he's even talking over a Fox News host.
The 18th Street gang is gone. So you have an illegal alien from Bill, where are we supposed to send the illegal alien from El Salvador? To what country?
Jesus Christ, not to El Salvador. He was supposed to continue staying here while he pursued getting his citizenship. That is specifically what the court ordered, actually.
Question. Are you convinced he is still a member of MS-13? That was your original charge.
Yes, not only, but here's the thing, Bill. Yes, but here, not only am I convinced of it, not only is El Salvador convinced of it, Bill, he's an illegal alien from El Salvador with the...
What a disgusting human being. But, folks, additionally, when it gets to, like, what is the nature of our relationship with El Salvador, here's from a post to the AP, okay? Donald Trump's administration will pay El Salvador $6 million to imprison for 1 year about 300 alleged members of the Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang. Again, note the use of the word alleged, because these are not proven members of Tren de Aragua. They are merely alleged to be members by the U.S. government. And the Donald Trump's administration is paying $6 million for them to be imprisoned. That is, in fact, the main reason they are there. But on top of that, folks, El Salvador has confirmed that is the relationship, because the exact details of the arrangement between the United States and El Salvador related to this CCOT prison, concentration camp, rather, are not publicly disclosed. However, we have AP reporting on a memo that they have. A State Department document also suggests that it may set aside $15 million.
Just one actual alien from the Andromeda Galaxy to show up on a panel with Stephen Miller.
I also want that. They may set aside $15 million to end... I need to turn off these alerts. I'm sorry, guys. Just for this segment. It's serious business. But, like, may set aside $15 million to send to El Salvador to house additional members of the gang. Basically, there was reporting prior to today about plans within the U.S. government to send more money to El Salvador for them to expand and build more concentration camps. Okay? So that's great. Now, another thing to note here about the people who have been deported so far. Well, let's take a look at this. This is some reporting from Bloomberg. I got this chart from. Few migrants deported to El Salvador have charges in the United States. Literally 85% had no charges whatsoever on their record. And an additional 13 who did have charges had unconfirmed charges, meaning they may have had records. Out of 300 of these people sent there, only 5 had felonies. And if you take them all together, the confirmed total, right? You have 17 cases out of 300. Most of these people have committed no crimes. And without a trial, they have been imprisoned indefinitely. And yeah, charges aren't convictions. So, like, this is just, these are not people who have been convicted of crimes. What's the difference between CCOT prison and any U.S. Supermax prison? The difference between CCOT and a U.S. Supermax prison is that people in a Supermax prison have trials. They have court dates. They go before a judge. They are judged by a jury of their peers. They have due process rights. Additionally, in CCOT, they are not allowed outside. They spend their entire day, every day, inside. They do not see the light of day. Additionally, they are forced to perform labor against their will for the profit of the El Salvadoran government. They are enslaved. Additionally, the one time they are let out of their cells, and each cell, I believe, if I remember correctly, houses around 80 people, they are let out for 1 hour, possibly 2 hours per day to do like stretches and like exercises. That is it. It is not comparable. It is outside of any judicial review. It is outside of due process. And like, honestly, the fact that there is no comparison. There just isn't. There's also legal recourse if there is abuse. In El Salvador, there's none. Does that clear up the difference? You can't talk in CCOT? That's true. They will beat you. They have ritual beatings when they bring new people into CCOT. They torture the prisoners. Numerous detainees die in custody due to aforementioned torture. People literally go in and they never come out. Additionally, these are people who, with no due process, were put indefinitely into this prison system from which there is no escape.
There also may be language barriers.
True. Very true. Here, you know what? Let's also just, real quick, since the comparison has been made, here is the Human Rights Watch declaration on prison conditions in El Salvador, specifically for the JGG v. Trump case. I, Juanita Gilbertes, declare the following under 28 U.S.C. subsection 1746 and state that under penalty of perjury, the following is true and correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. Let's see. People held in CCOT, as well as other prisons in El Salvador, denied communication with their relatives and lawyers, and only appear before courts in online hearings, often in groups of several hundred detainees at the same time. The Salvadoran government has described people held in CCOT as terrorists and has said that they will never leave. Human Rights Watch is not aware of any detainees who have been released from that prison. The government of El Salvador denies human rights groups access to its prisons and has only allowed journalists and social media influencers to visit CCOT under highly controlled circumstances. In videos produced during these visits, Salvadoran authorities have said that prisoners only leave the cell for 30 minutes a day and that some are held in solitary confinement cells, which are completely dark. While CCOT is likely to have more modern technology and infrastructure than other prisons in El Salvador, I understand the mistreatment of detainees there to be in large part similar to what Human Rights Watch has documented in other prisons in El Salvador, including Izalco, La Esperanza, and Santa Ana prisons. This includes cases of torture, ill treatment, incommunicado detention, severe violations of due process, and inhumane conditions, such as lack of access to adequate health care and food. Prison conditions in El Salvador should be understood within the context of the country's 3-year-long state of emergency, which has suspended constitutional due process rights. Since the state of emergency was instituted in March of 2022, security forces report detaining 85,000 people, equivalent to 1.4% of the country's population. Although the government has denied Human Rights Watch information on a number of detainees it holds in its prison capacity, Human Rights Watch estimates based on official data that there are 109,000 people held in prisons with an official capacity for 70,000. Since the state of emergency was instituted, over 350 people have died in El Salvador's prisons, according to Salvadoran human rights groups, including the organization Cristosal, which jointly authored our December 7th, 2022 report on El Salvador's prisons, titled, We Can Arrest Anyone We Want. Human Rights Watch in July of 2024 published a report on abuses committed against children during the state of emergency titled, Your Child Does Not Exist Here. Over 3,300 children have been detained, many without any ties to gang activity or criminal organizations. Human Rights Watch documented 66 cases of children being subjected to torture, ill treatment, and appalling conditions, including at times extreme overcrowding, unhygienic conditions, and inadequate access to food and medical care while in custody. In February, the Legislative Assembly approved a law ordering the transfer of children detained for organized crime offenses to the country's adult prison system, exposing them to a heightened risk of abuse and violating international juvenile justice standards. For We Can Arrest Anyone and in Your Child Does Not Exist Here, Human Rights Watch has interviewed more than 30 people released from El Salvadoran prisons, including children and dozens of people who had relatives in jail. These interviews were conducted in person in several states in El Salvador or by phone and corroborated by additional research and media reports. One of the people we spoke with was an 18-year-old construction worker who said the police beat prison newcomers with batons for an hour. He said that when he denied being a gang member, they sent him to a dark basement cell with 320 detainees, where prison guards and other detainees beat him every day. On one occasion, one guard beat him so severely that it broke a rib. The construction worker said the cell he was imprisoned in was so crowded that detainees had to sleep on the floor or standing, a description often repeated by people who had been imprisoned in El Salvador. Another detainee we interviewed was held for 2 days in a police lockup with a capacity for 25 people, but he said when he arrived, there were over 75 prisoners. He slept on the floor next to the bathroom, a hole in the ground that smelled terrible. He was sent in a group of other prisoners to Izalco prison on the third day, where they ordered the group to take off their clothes. They were forced to kneel on the ground, naked, looking downwards for 4 hours in front of the prison's gate. Guards took the group to a room with 5 barrels full of water with ice. He said 15 guards forced him and others to go into the barrels for around 2 hours in total as they questioned them. The detainee was forced into a barrel around 30 times and was kept there for about a minute each time. Guards forced his head underwater so he could not breathe. I felt I was drowning, he said. Guards repeatedly insulted them, called them dogs and scum, and said they would pay for what they had done. A third detainee held in a prison in June 2022 described being sent to what he described as a punishment cell. He said officers moved him and others there to make room for other detainees. The new cell was constantly dark. Detainees had to sleep standing due to overcrowding, and there was no regular access to drinking water. For we can arrest anyone. Human Rights Watch and Cristo Sal gathered evidence of over 240 cases of people detained in prisons in El Salvador with underlying health conditions, including diabetes, recent history of stroke, or meningitis. Former detainees described filthy and disease-ridden prisons. Doctors who visited detention sites told us that tuberculosis, fungal infections, scabies, severe malnutrition, and chronic digestive issues were common. Out of the estimated 350 detainees who have died in El Salvador's prisons, we documented 11 of these cases in detail in We Can Arrest Anyone, based on interviews with victims' relatives, medical records, analysis by forensic experts, and other evidence. In one case, a person who died in custody was buried in a mass grave without the family's knowledge. The practice could amount to an enforced disappearance if authorities intentionally concealed the fate and whereabouts of the detainee. In at least 2 other cases, officials appeared to have failed to provide detainees with the daily medication they required to manage underlying health conditions, such as diabetes. In at least 4 of the 11 cases, photographs of the bodies show bruises. Members of the independent forensic experts group of the International Rehabilitation Council for Torture Victims, who reviewed the photos and other evidence in 2 of the cases, told Human Rights Watch and Cristo Sal that the deaths were suspicious, given that the bodies present multiple lesions that show trauma that could have been caused by torture or ill treatment that might have contributed to their deaths while in custody. In a separate Human Rights Watch report from February 2020 titled Deported to Danger, Human Rights Watch investigated and reported on the conditions in Salvadoran prisons experienced by Salvadoran nationals deported by the United States. In interviews with deportees and their relatives or friends, we collected accounts of 3 male deportees from the United States who said they were beaten by police or soldiers during arrest, followed by beatings during their time in custody, which lasted between 3 days to over a year. During their time in prison, 2 of these individuals reported being kicked in the face and testicles. A third man described being kicked by guards in his neck and abdomen, after which he sustained injuries requiring an operation for ruptured pancreas and spleen, months-long hospitalization, and 60 days of post-release treatment. So that was one account by one person who works for Human Rights Watch. And I got to be honest with you, Supermax prisons in the United States are bad. They are not that level of bad, and no one is sent to them without due process. So I hope that answered the question. Anyway, here's Donald Trump talking about wanting to... I'm sure most of these prisoners are horrible humans. Well, again, I'm going to reiterate what I said earlier. And that is very specifically... Let's see, do I have it still? Oh, no, I don't. Here it is. Of the 300 people sent to CCOT by the Trump administration without their day in court, over 90% had no charges or had unconfirmed charges, meaning that, hey, they were never fucking charged with a crime. They never saw a judge. Someone just pointed a fucking finger at them and said, get that one. And you want to know something? I'm not even exaggerating on that one. I'm not even exaggerating whatsoever. Here, my friends, is an account of one person who was deported to CCOT. Let's pull this up here. Yeah. Here's an account of one man who was searching for his son. Wilmer only found out his son had been detained after receiving a phone call on March 15th from his nephew, Louis, who lives with them. That morning was their last time together. They had gone around the corner to do their laundry. Later that day, Wilmer said that his son met with a group to get help with some errands at the American Red Cross. He learned this from Louis, who looked at the situation from inside the apartment. When his son was on his way back, just steps from his home, when ICE agents stopped him. The officers grabbed him and two other boys right at the entrance to our building. One said, "No, he's not the one," like they were looking for someone else. But the other said, "Take him anyway." That moment marked the beginning of Wilmer's search for answers he's still waiting for. So, again, I'm going to emphasize, not only are the vast majority of people who the US government deported without a trial to this El Salvadoran hellscape where they are going to be held indefinitely and tortured indefinitely and forced to perform slave labor against their will. Some of them are there specifically because some ICE agent said, "Nah, just take that one. Grab that one." This is not a case of like, these people are the worst of the worst. And if they are the worst of the worst, there should be evidence of that. And they should be given due process, and we should know that. So understand this. And yesterday, Marco Rubio announced that 10 more people were being sent to CCOT. Again, without trials. Again, not verified members of any gang. These are people alleged to be part of gangs. These are people that the government says are gang members or related to gangs, right? But does not have to provide any evidence to that effect. Last night, another 10 criminals from MS-13 and Tren de Aragua, foreign terrorist organizations, arrived in El Salvador. By the way, to my knowledge, I don't believe that there is an executive order declaring MS-13 to be a terrorist organization, just Tren de Aragua. Because again, keep in mind, the entire argument of the Trump administration here for the reason they can deport Tren de Aragua under the Alien Enemies Act is specifically because they are classifying Tren de Aragua as a component part of the Venezuelan government, right? And so that's why, under their logic, they can deport these Venezuelans. Instead of to Venezuela, they get deported to El Salvador. However, MS-13, I don't believe is a Venezuelan terrorist organization. So, either way, it's still illegal as fuck. and honestly, one of the most deeply reprehensible things I've ever seen in my life. Understand that if they can do this to literally anyone without a trial, that means there is no trial to determine whether you are a US citizen or not. There's no check or balance on their power to be able to point at someone and say, hey, you're not a US citizen. Time to go. They can literally do that to anybody. Ah, yes, MS-13 is an El Salvadoran gang. Yeah, it kind of undermines their entire argument when they do it with MS-13. Interesting. But we are not at the worst part of today. Okay? We are not at the worst part of everything that has gone down yet. Unfortunately. The worst part is this one. Well, second to worst part, I guess. Here is Donald Trump being caught on a hot mic talking with Nayib Bukele, the dictator of El Salvador.
Demanded the people wanted to change everything, and they wanted. They demanded. They love you. They love what you do. I'm not for your support. I want them to do. For homegrown criminals next. Yeah. I said homegrowns are next. The homegrowns built. You got to build about 5 more places. Yeah, that's fair. All right. It's not big enough. No, yeah, come on. So this is a much different office than you remember.
So, in case you didn't catch all of that, that is the President of the United States whispering with another world leader, not an uncommon thing to do. But then he raises his voice slightly towards the end there, and he says, and the homegrowns are next. You're going to have to build 5 more of those places. You need the space. That is the President of the United States stating an intention to deport American citizens. So I think we are in we're in some pretty terrible territory. This should be a huge scandal throughout all the media. I mean, we'll see how the media handles it, but this as far as I'm concerned, this is like the only news story. This is the President of the United States claiming he has unilateral authority through himself and through federal institutions to disappear any single person off the streets, any kind of political opposition, any kind of inconvenient individual, and send them to a foreign concentration camp. This is the Rubicon being crossed. This is it. Like you know, like we talked about, you know, maybe about a month ago about how we were like, you know, midway through, you know, we were, you know, on the edge, and like Donald Trump walked back a little bit. This is the step over. This is the step over the line. Hound your reps and senators about this 24/7? Absolutely. Where the fuck will we get a speed dial lawyer in case we are blackbagged randomly? I don't know. I don't have all the answers, folks. but understand that this is where they want to go with it. And things have been escalating over the last several days. It's kind of culminated in this, but basically last week, the Supreme Court handed down this 9-0 unsigned order compelling the U.S. government to facilitate the return of Abrego Garcia. And it went back down to the district court to manage the case. The district court ordered daily updates on the location and status of Mr. Abrego Garcia. And additionally, the steps that the government is taking to facilitate that return. And the government is not doing that. Every single update they have filed has been late and lacked the information to that was compelled by the court. Every single one. Today it was filed late as well with no additional information. And I also just need to really point out here that the DOJ, the Department of Justice, cares so little about this case, and it shows such disdain that they cannot even spell Kilmar Abrego Garcia. They can't spell his name correctly. In the official filing today, under that order, they can't even spell his fucking name. And I need to really emphasize here that literally most politicians, even if they are, not, deeply of the left, we'll say, are pointing this out. They continue to violate a court order to retrieve someone they illegally deported. We are now well beyond a constitutional crisis. If they're allowed to do this, their secret police can sweep up anyone for any reason, deport them, and refuse to bring them back. That would be the end of democracy, which is true. That's true. And it's scary as hell. So one of the things we have to look at is, well, okay, what do we do? Because this is also the moment where, right here, the clip I just showed you was like, oh, they're intending to go way beyond the line, and they're intending to deport U.S. citizens. But this clip right here is them saying very specifically, fuck the Supreme Court.
Can President Bukele weigh in on this? Do you plan to return him?
Well, I'm supposed to be suggesting that I smuggle a terrorist into the United States, right? How can I return him to the United States? Like I smuggle him into the United States.
By the way, this loser doesn't even have pants that fit right. Just like take a look at that. Look at his fucking pants all the way up to his goddamn shins. Disgusting.
United States, right? How can I return him to the United States? Like I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it. It's like, the question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him.
Look at them fucking smiling and laughing and chortling. They think they're so goddamn smart. They think they're so much better than all the rest of us. These fucking pricks.
To the United States. But you can release him inside El Salvador. Yeah, but I'm not releasing. We're not very fond of releasing terrorists into our country. We just turned the murder capital of the world into the safest country of the Western Hemisphere, and you want us to go back into releasing criminals so we can go back to being the murder capital?
Look at Donald Trump with his little goddamn smug ass grin.
The world, that's not going to happen.
Well, they'd love to have a criminal, released into
I mean, there's a fascination.
They would love it.
Yeah.
They're sick. These are sick people.
Yeah, he's talking about the press, by the way. The press corps that he is, like, basically hand-picking to follow him around. So, yeah, again, they're claiming without evidence that Kilmar Borrego Garcia is a terrorist. Again, never seen a day in court on this. Never seen any charges on this. This is where we get into what the fuck. And I also just want to point out, like, they're both sitting right next to each other, smiling, calling each other friends, talking about how great their relationship is. It's not difficult. The United States can send a plane down. They bring him to the plane. They're like, well, we could release him, but we don't want a terrorist here. Well, good. We want him here. Bring him here. There's a court order to do it. Bring him here. Because you know what? We've done that with other people, actually. You know, it's weird. Very strange. And now we get to what the hell do we do about this? You know, what do we do? Because this is scary as fuck. And I don't have good answers for you guys. Okay? I don't have good answers, but here is MSNBC's legal guy talking at least a little bit about what potential next steps might look like.
So the final point is the question that was asked, which is what can be done when this administration violates a court order. And I hate to say it, but the answer is not much, because one of the things that the Constitution provides is that in a situation which is a high crime and misdemeanor, the president can be impeached and then tried in the Senate. So impeached by the House and tried in the Senate. That's already happened twice with respect to this president. And it takes a majority of the House, which is controlled by the Republicans, and it takes 2/3 of the votes in the Senate, which is also controlled by Republicans. So it is highly unlikely that either of those things is going to happen with this particular Congress. The courts can try to implement their ruling. They can make it clear that it is a violation. They could indeed impose fines. They could even, if it was extreme, impose a jail term on whoever has violated court order. And
good. Honestly, okay, just real quick. Honestly, what I think might happen tomorrow, and what I'm kind of low-key hoping is going to happen tomorrow, because Judge Zinnis, the judge that's been overseeing this, does not seem like she is coming to play. She seems like she understands what is happening. And her kind of place in the larger turnings of what's happening. There is a hearing scheduled for tomorrow, I think at 4 p.m. Eastern time. And we're going to see what happens. There is a non-zero possibility that, like, lawyers for the DOJ start going to prison. Or, you know, other people who may be called to appear before the court goes to prison. So I'm interested to see how tomorrow goes down, because we are in completely uncharted territory now, folks. There's not a process for this. The process for this is Congress, and Congress is still too scared to really marshal energy to do anything about Trump.
And the issue.
Do you think they'll send their political enemies to El Salvador? They definitely want to, yes.
Issue is how that would actually get effectuated if the administration simply flouts it. And remember, as one of you pointed out in the questions to me, that the marshals who would carry out such an order actually are part of the executive branch. And so it's unclear how that would work. Even if they followed the court order, the executive branch might fire them.
Tomorrow's in Tuesday.
Before they could actually effectuate a court order. We also have the administration that is in control of the Department of Defense, i.e. the military. This is an issue that Liz Cheney very much focused on in her book and was very worried about, which is, step number one in an authoritarian regime is control of the military. Again, it remains to be seen, whether the military would violate a court order if directed to do so by the White House. But that is all territory that is certainly new to this country, and it is coming up in this Abrego Garcia case. This is definitely the thing to keep an eye on. There is a hearing in the district court tomorrow. And finally, what I would do if I were the district court judge is I would have a hearing. I would say, you are making these contentions, government, about not being able to facilitate his release. You have not, you're claiming that you don't have any power or ability to do that. I want a firsthand witness, and I want to know exactly what the agreement is with El Salvador and the terms under which they are housing people there. And if you're saying you have no control, you need to prove it. You need to counter the evidence that suggests strongly otherwise, and that I, the district judge, have found, and that the Court of Appeals has affirmed, and the Supreme Court has not in any way suggested that that part was incorrect. In fact, they affirmed the part of my decision that said you must facilitate his release, and you need to ensure that he is accorded his due process rights as if he had not been improperly removed from this country. So stay tuned for more this Tuesday, and I would not be surprised if this case ends up back in front of the Supreme Court, and we'll see just how strong that coalition of 9 justices are that so far have ruled in 2 immigration cases in the past 10 days against the United States position and finding that there are due process violations. So this could not be a more important case. Thanks very much for listening. I know this is...
Oh, God. Yeah. We have people in the federal courts stating they're uncertain if U.S. Marshals would actually follow orders to arrest members of the administration to begin with. Well, yeah. Like, that is why we are in uncharted territory. No one knows exactly what would happen. No one knows where the chips might lie, where they might fall, who might listen to who. Like, it's genuinely very bad. I was listening to, I think it was Law and Chaos Pod with Liz Dye. And a good legal podcast, by the way, on everything that's happening. And, you know, there very well could be like some kind of legal standoff. There's also, and one of the other possibilities that was floated was U.S. courts can, like, deputize people to act on their behalf. We could genuinely get like some kind of actual conflict here if things go in terrible directions. It's really scary. And I understand people being freaked the fuck out because, you know, I'm freaked the fuck out. In fact, here's Chris Murphy talking about it on, you know, not the only person who's freaked out about it. Chris Murphy over here. Bone chilling. A court ordered Kilmar Abrego Garcia to stay in the United States. The Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that he was illegally removed. Trump is pretending he won the ruling 9-0. You may not think this case means anything to you, but let me tell you why it does. Abrego Garcia came to the U.S. over 10 years ago. He married a U.S. citizen and has 3 U.S. citizen children, but he was put in removal proceedings because he didn't apply for asylum in time, and because of alleged ties to drug gangs, he denies any gang affiliation. You might think whatever you want about the merits of him staying, his family, his steady job, or being deported, the alleged gang affiliation. There's only really one key fact. A court ruled he cannot be deported to El Salvador because he would face threat of death there. In the United States, the executive is required to follow a court ruling. Trump did not. He put Garcia on a plane to El Salvador. And worse, despite no allegation of criminal behavior, Abrego Garcia was put in a heinous El Salvadoran prison. Trump's violation of law was so brazen that the Supreme Court stepped in. In a rare 9-0 ruling, they said Trump had to bring Abrego Garcia back. But in the video above, you see Trump advisor Miller lying through his teeth and saying Trump won the ruling 9-0. Trump's people are engaging in nuclear-grade gaslighting. They say it's up to El Salvador if they want to send him back. Bullshit. We bring people back all the time when we wrongly remove them. They could get this guy in a hot second if they wanted to. You may not think this case matters to you, but Abrego Garcia was legally in the U.S. just like all the rest of us. His status as an immigrant doesn't matter as a matter of law. If Trump can lock up or remove anyone, no matter what the courts say, we are all at grave risk. This is a watershed moment as Trump thumbs his nose at a Supreme Court ruling, gaslighting the public by pretending he won 9-0 when he lost 9-0. If we normalize this, there is no end. He can lock up or remove anyone. We no longer exist in a democracy. So, like, understand this is where we're at, guys. We're in we're in some deep shit. And there is no clean way out of this one way or the other. It is going to be messy at this point. Because keep in mind, from a conservative perspective on this case, why would you not simply bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia back to the United States, hold him in custody in some kind of ICE detention facility, give him his due process, and then deport him to El Salvador again? You know, once he's been through the court system, the court overrules their prior ruling. Why not do that? Why not pursue the legal means? And the obvious answer here is that they intend to break the law. And so they have had every opportunity to bring this man back, and they have not.
I think RFK's report on the 28th will declare trans people to be predisposed to violence, giving Trump cover to send them to El Salvador. Jays.
Maybe. We'll see. I'm not sure about that one. Let's stick with what has already gone terribly askew before we jump to that one. We don't need to make assumptions here to make this already bad. And keep in mind, if this state of affairs is allowed to remain unchallenged, it doesn't matter if there is a report on trans people being violent. It doesn't matter if there's any kind of report or any kind of information in the public sphere. They can just disappear, folks. This is what I think a lot of people have not grasped yet, which is that this case, the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, I'm not just saying like, oh, well, you know, if he can deport you, he can deport anyone. I'm literally, like, I mean that. There's not There is not a situation here where they need a report. Does that make sense? Like, they will be beyond the need for propaganda. Oh my God. How have I talked about this for so long and there are people still being like, trans people could be sent to El Salvador? Yes. The entire premise of this is that they do not intend to stop with just undocumented people when it comes to these deportations. There's literally video of the president today talking about wanting to expand this, the facilities in El Salvador to do that, to deport U.S. citizens. And the people that are going to be deported are not the desirables in Trump world. It's the undesirables. Trans people. People who are speaking up about Gaza. Leftists. Political opposition. Literally all of you. Like, if you are here and watching this show, you are included on that potential list. And yes, it's not that they need the report, yada, yada, yada. But I understand. I understand. I understand that, like, yeah, they would want to use it for propaganda. But the point I'm trying to make here is that you're putting the cart before the horse. I understand the use of propaganda here, but understand this is the core issue. The core issue is this case. It's not trans people. Like, as a trans person, we are not central to this case. We are on the periphery. We are potential targets. But this case is the thing. But we're talking about people being sent in error who are trans, who are autistic, who are neurodivergent, who are disabled, who are gay, who are lesbian. We're talking about any single person who diverges from this traditional worldview, from this Christian nationalism. What the fuck are you talking about? Watch the fucking VOD. Don't... I literally just said the disabled Hunger Games. I literally said it. Oh, man. Holy fuck. Libtard nutjob. Look, you piece of shit. You're gonna get deported with us too, okay? Like, shut the fuck up. You voted to fuck yourself. Congratulations. So, you're being silly over there? Okay, no worries. It's just deeply frustrating. So, life unfortunately goes on. And we need to take into consideration that since life goes on, things will continue to happen. And one of those things involves Chris Van Hollen, who has announced his intention to go to CCOT. Dear Ambassador Mayorga, I write to urgently request a meeting with President Bukele during his current visit to the United States to discuss the illegal detention of my constituent, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled unanimously that Mr. Abrego Garcia was wrongly deported to a prison in El Salvador. On Saturday evening, in a court filing to a federal judge in Maryland, the Trump administration confirmed that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is being held in El Salvador's Terrorism Confinement Center, according to Michael G. Kozak, a senior official in the U.S. State Department's Bureau of Western Hemisphere Affairs. However, they did not detail steps that have been taken to facilitate his return, as mandated by the Supreme Court. I've met with Mr. Abrego Garcia's wife, mother, and brother, and as you can imagine, they are extremely worried about his health, safety, and continued illegal confinement, as am I. I look forward to your response. And there is a non-zero chance here that Senator Chris Van Hollen here could be saving Kilmar Abrego Garcia's life. Okay? Very few people are allowed to go into that prison to visit. A U.S. senator cannot simply be disappeared in the prison, cannot be simply told to shut up about the conditions in the prison. And what needs to happen here is we need more eyeballs there. Chris Van Hollen going there is a lifeline. And this letter was accompanied by Chris Van Hollen saying, if Kilmar is not home by midweek, I plan to travel to El Salvador this week to check on his condition and discuss his release. Which state is he from? Maryland. Now, I don't really have next steps for you guys, unfortunately. That's not true. I have a few next steps, but God. Let me grab it real quick. There are a number of protest events this week. I know that there is one today, later today, on the 15th. There is also another one on the 19th. Additionally, folks, look at where your senators and where your representatives are, because there is a non-zero chance that they are going to be doing a town hall in the near future. Because right now, Congress is in recess until the 27th. Okay? So look up your local town halls. Genuinely. Look up your local town halls. If your representative isn't having one, throw one for them. Figure it out. I can't handhold your way through that process. One thing you can do is you can create protest events on Indivisible or with Indivisible, us.mobilize.us/indivisible. You can find events. You can create events. There are going to be town halls. Make use of those. Bring up the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Bring up the Supreme Court rulings. Make them uncomfortable. Call your senators. Call your representatives. Use 5calls.org to do it. Get it ringing off the hook. Okay? Additionally, folks, here is an immigration lawyer talking about what to do in an immigration emergency. I'm going to share this thread with you guys as well because I am not an immigration expert, unlike the user posting this. So, how to triage an immigration emergency. As someone who has been defending non-citizens in deportation proceedings since 2006, I'm here to tell you what we know exactly who Trump's top targets will be, how we can try to protect them now. Not legal advice, but here's what we know about priorities. Criminal convictions. Anyone who is not a naturalized U.S. citizen who has been convicted of anything more serious than a driving without a license should consult with a qualified criminal immigration lawyer now, like right now. The federal definition of conviction is broader than any state's. If you've entered a plea with probation or a fine, ICE is allowed to treat it as a conviction even if the case was dismissed. And the smallest stuff has no local DA actually cares about. The smallest stuff that no local DA actually cares about can matter. Even petty shoplifting is deportable. I have represented far too many people with permanent residence, aka green cards, in deportation proceedings who thought they were safe from immigration consequences because their cases were dismissed. FYI, they're most typically detained coming back in through the airport after international travel. If you have been in the U.S. as a permanent resident for the past 5 years with a record, without a record and not arrested during that time, talk to an attorney about applying for citizenship. If you intend to stay here permanently, that is. No worries if you're just making plans to get the fuck out. We get it. Recent deportation orders. Anyone who's received an order of deportation, including from missing court, is at high risk, but especially so within 5 to 10 years. This is especially true if you are now on a regular check-in schedule with ICE. Keep checking in, but also check in with a good lawyer. Recent student visa overstays. Yes, Elon Musk got away with it in the 90s, but those were very different times. These cases have been a special priority since 9/11. Anyone who is now out of status after overstaying an F1 or J1 visa, especially within the past 5 to 10 years, should consult with a lawyer now. Trump already tried to cancel temporary protected status and deferred action for childhood arrivals, DACA. And although courts mostly stopped him before, they aren't safe now. This won't happen overnight, and you should be given a chance to see a judge, but you need a plan now. Any history of fraud or misrepresentation, if you know that you or an adult who brought you here was less than truthful or made something up to gain your current immigration status, including citizenship, you should be sure to talk to a lawyer about that. Might be okay, but you should know. Open case in immigration court. So long as you aren't arrested for a crime, you should be expected to be allowed to remain in the United States while your deportation proceedings are pending. But you should know that Trump will try to accelerate the timeline for your case. Be sure you have a lawyer and a plan. Recent arrivals and CHNV parolees. Anyone who's entered the U.S. during the Biden administration could expect to be a higher priority than the other undocumented people without arrest records, whether or not they are in immigration court right now. This includes CHNV parolees. Talk to a lawyer. RE categorization. FYI, my assessments here are drawn from dealing with ICE through 4 administrations, including Trump 1.0, as well as what he has explicitly promised to do in his 2024 campaign. He is coming in with limited resources and will have time to reassess as they get and deploy more. Remember that mass deportation does not necessarily mean squads of armed officers and soldiers going door to door checking papers. Not saying it couldn't come to that, but we don't have anywhere near the infrastructure for that yet. We have some time to see it coming. For the immediate future, mass deportation really just means strict and uncompromising enforcement of existing law through known means by ICE working in cooperation with state and local authorities. They only have around 37,000 beds with their current contracts and will need time to build more. We should take the threats to deploy military and National Guard very seriously, but that will take time to ramp up. And the more immediate threat is cooperation with local law enforcement, which is already fully legal under INA 287, with many programs already in place. Immigration courts are already packed well beyond capacity and take years to issue final orders. Of course, they'll subvert and even shred due process, but it's our sworn duty as lawyers to put ourselves between shredders and our clients. Lol, rip due process, ain't it, friends? Fight for it or get out of the way. As of today, February 3rd, as of today, 2/3 of our entire federal judiciary was not appointed by Trump. It could go all the way to the Fifth Circuit in a few years, but we still have hundreds of good people on the bench. And sure, their orders are just paper, but they mean something. Make them tell us to our faces that they don't. Easy to say it's all futile and he'll just do whatever he's going to do, but saying that whenever someone points out that we still have something resembling the rule of law only helps make it that much more true. I'm not naive, but nothing is inevitable. I want to know I did something, don't you? Anyway, back to triage mode. The following are marked green, not because they're entirely safe, but because they are unquestionably low priority and or more effort for the regime. For a regime which is determined to carry out a massive shock and awe campaign under, and this is important, current circumstances. Pending asylum applications. Applications pending with asylum offices are taking 9 years to process right now based on past precedent. We can expect the new regime to cut whatever corners it can to rush those. But for what it's worth, the current asylum corps are dedicated professionals with a strong union. Obviously, I'm not assuming that the asylum office or any other institution can be counted on to hold the line. I'm not saying that USCIS is not ICE. I'm only saying that USCIS is not ICE and has better guardrails up front, leaving it that much harder to degrade. USCIS is truly the immigration deep state, Schedule F or not. And by this point, just want to point out USCIS is being attacked right now by the Trump administration. So, worth noting. Pending immediate relative visas, provisional waivers, marriage interviews will get tougher and everything will have more scrutiny, but otherwise visa petitions from a spouse and adult child won't change. Trump didn't touch 601A waivers, and I've never heard that proposed, but it's something to watch. Undocumented for more than 4+ years with no arrest record. This is the most unpopulated of my categories, but given current and projected resources, the average undocumented person should not be living in daily fear. I know that's not what the headlines would suggest, so some context. The categories in red and yellow have above represent millions of people in themselves, and with exception of DACA, are much easier to justify both to his base and because anyone else who could otherwise be persuaded that mass deportation is bad. They are also, generally speaking, the easiest to target and find. Please don't take me to be promising here that mass random sweeps of random undocumented people aren't going to happen. They haven't in 70 years, but again, not naive, just pure logistics here. Targeted workplace raids are already hard to plan. Random home raids would be far harder and much messier. Workplace raids, Biden hasn't been doing them, but every president before him did. I fully expect those to come back. I couldn't really think of a priority category for that, but I guess it would be anyone working in a place with a substantial undocumented workforce, expect them. Employment-based raids are great PR because they can claim to be protecting U.S. jobs and punishing employers who rely on undocumented labor. They are also much cleaner and simpler than dragging people out of their homes and pulling them away from their kids. Cold facts here. The raids Trump wants you to be afraid of, fascist, papers, please, home invasions, could very well be in our future, but it will take the full infrastructure of camps plus military plus expedited removal in Alien Enemies Act and maybe judicial blessing, but let's not assume that will be optional. But let's assume that will be optional by then. Let me just say this as clearly as I possibly can. We can be clear-eyed about these fascist horrors as the expected endpoint, while also recognizing that this will have to be a ramp-up. Massive funding and infrastructure, plus acclimating the public to other large immigration enforcement actions. Trump has spent most of this year, especially, laying the groundwork for major actions against migrant crime. So I'd expect him to deliver on that by going hard on anyone with anything resembling a criminal record first, so that everyone associate these ops with crime. Regular, massive, visible immigration enforcement operations have never been a part of modern American life, not like this at least. Having followed his rhetoric pretty closely this campaign, I fully expect that the plan is to numb the public to them by associating deportation with crime. And I just want to point out that this was a thread made 4 months ago, right? And I need y'all to remember that this was Donald Trump's plan. That is what they are trying to do, right? They are trying to smear all of the undocumented folks, all of the people alleged here with these deportations. They are trying to smear them all as criminals. You know, we even had people in chat come in and be like, "Well, I'm sure they're all evil, horrible people." But that's just not the case. And part of the reason the Trump administration absolutely under no circumstance wants Kilmar Abrego Garcia to return to the United States is because he's not a criminal. He directly punctures the narrative that they are trying to spin. He is a very inconvenient hole in their narrative. And the fact that they have kind of fucked up, you know, the takeoff of this campaign means that most Americans are associating these undocumented immigrants not with crime, but with the fascist overreach of the Trump administration. Okay? They could just lie and call everyone a criminal, but there are already at least 100,000 people just off the top with deportable criminal records, mostly minor, but still, and any number of stories in there that they can exploit for headlines. The Nazis did this to Jews way ahead of the death camps. This is also the path of least resistance because they already have so many people with record-based deportation orders checking in with ICE. They know where they live, or at least they have been recently. It's the lowest hanging enforcement fruit there is. Anyway, all of this is to say that we have the time to, one, try to help those with records, which could potentially be mitigated for their protection, and two, to rally for and around our undocumented neighbors before it gets bad. Not a lot of time, but time well beyond January. Let's not waste a day of it. I'm not including nearly all naturalized, natural-born citizens on my triage list because they are so far from anything I can recognize as a danger relative to anyone else. That's how triage works. I follow this stuff like most of the rest of Boston follows sports, so watch the space, I guess. When I say nearly all naturalized citizens, I will drop a green for anyone who knows or suspects they naturalized through anything resembling suspicious or fraudulent means, and a very small class of adoptees. You probably already know who you are, but talk to a lawyer. Finally, the purpose of this triage list is a reasonable risk assessment based on everything I know about where we've been and where we expect to go. My office is being flooded with worried people, and I'm trying to be realistic along the lines above. You can too. Please don't spread fear. And I'm going to just come back up to an important note here. Yeah. Try to help those with records who could potentially be, which could potentially be mitigated for their protection, and to rally around and for our undocumented neighbors before it gets bad. And the thing that we are seeing, to, you know, America's credit, is we're seeing just that. Kentucky union workers stopped the deportation of 200 fellow workers just a handful of days ago. 200 union workers out of 5,700 who assembled dishwashers, refrigerators, washers, and dryers for GE Appliances at Appliance Park in Louisville, Kentucky, received notice this month that the Trump administration is revoking their work authorizations. The immigrant workers from Cuba, Nicaragua, Haiti, and Venezuela have a mixed reaction to the imminent deportation, hostility from some co-workers, and an outpouring support from their own union and local labor movement. They're part of the Communication Workers Industrial Division, IUE-CWA, Local 83761. They're in the United States on humanitarian parole, a program the government until now has used to provide visas to people fleeing war or political instability in certain countries. And let's see. Casey Lyles teaches civics to high schoolers in Louisville and lives in near Appliance Park. After spring break, she has been teaching remotely due to flooding. She worries about whether the workers' children will return to school. Before the revocation happened, I already had kids who were scared, and they didn't know whether it was better to come home from school because they felt safe at school. But what if their family was deported while they were gone? So now that the shoe has dropped, I can only imagine how these kids are feeling. I wonder if they'll show up when we come back in person. The fears they were already worried about have come to life. And like, it's hard. But like, these folks are coming together. We all are, you know? The Kentucky AFL-CIO is planning a rally and a Know Your Rights trainings for affiliated unions whose members may also be affected by the deportation orders. The labor movement has an opportunity to strengthen our organizations and show that we fight for all members. If the Trump administration can get away with coming after immigrants and federal workers, they'll keep coming for more of us. Over the weekend, Lyles participated in the local Hands Off rally, one of 1,400 nationwide mobilizations. The Trump administration wants to drown us, she said. If there's so many issues, we can't possibly pay attention to them all. But by attacking everyone from immigrant workers to the Department of Education, she said, Trump may be knitting together a coalition. And I do think that is exactly what is happening. People are coming together. And I mean, that's good. It's real fucking good. But it's scary as fuck. Yeah, I'm not going to put my faith in that happening, Superjet guy. It'd be cool if it did. All I'm saying here, guys, is the only way out is through, and the only way we get through this is by mass mobilizing. That's it. That is it. End of story. There is no other way. There is no hero coming to save us. There is no anything here other than mass mobilizing.
Chat, I know it's tough, but what cannot be changed must be endured. There is only one way out. The only way out is through. I believe in you all.
And also, again, I believe in not just you all, but I believe in us. You know? It is reliant and, in fact, our duty to do something about this. And what you can do is you can go to your Democratic meetings, go to your local Dem meetings, go to your local DSA meetings, go to your local gatherings. Like, start actually dedicating time to this.
Is the unionization of Trump. He's absolutely bad, but he's exactly what you get when you combine the 70s GOP and Bush era.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I can't stand I can't stand it. It's infuriating. Only we can save us doing mass protests and liberation for the people. 1,000%. All that we can do is march. What we can do is we can support each other. We can form a human chain around to protect our undocumented neighbors. We can point out ICE vans. We can make sure that we are doing what we can with where we're at, with the skills we have at any given time. That is where we're at. And no one knows what is going to happen this week. Every single day under Trump, it is something new. It's something different, for better or worse. And again, I will put my faith in exactly two things. One is our organizing power and spirit. And two is the massive comical incompetence of the evil motherfuckers in this administration. And I hope that that is enough. I believe it will be enough. But it is scary as hell. There's a TikTok creator I saw who just became head of her DSA branch because she started showing up and getting involved when no one else was. Yep. You can literally do the same in your local Democratic Party, by the way, just as an FYI. Those older folks are begging to give power away to folks like you. Hey, Carpet Packs.
Unicornization. The only solace is literally zero of the GOP has his Riz, and they should be absolutely finished as a party upon his death.
It's true. We need Unicronization. We need to have the asteroid come down and eat the Republican Party. Just like Unicron would. Oh, hey, I did that. You did do that, Lady Raincloud. You did. I get that meme because I'm a nerd. Good. I went to my first local DSA meeting yesterday, which also happened to be the chapter yearly convention. Very fun. Hell yeah. Did you see my question, by the way? I don't think I have it in me tonight for that. I'm sorry. I'm exhausted. That story took it out of me. Can we settle for the moon presence from Bloodborne instead? Oh, you're not annoying at all, Lady Raincloud. Never need to apologize for that. You my friend. I just I'm at a bit of a loss, you know? It's there's not a whole lot to do at this point other than wait and see what happens tomorrow at this hearing at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. God. I wish there was better news too. Good night, Foxy Cheshire. But yeah, we've now been going, where do we tune into the hearing? Not all these hearings are tune-inable. Honestly, a lot of lawyers are able to call in. I'm not sure if it's something for lawyers specifically, but like you can't like record and broadcast the proceedings because that's like super illegal apparently. Hit up Gamergy in the Discord if you want to join your local DSA. Hit up Dragonfly in the Discord if you want to join your local Dems. Damn, when will we know the results? Well, lawyers on Blue Sky that I follow live post the results. Come talk to Lady Raincloud if you live in Ohio and want stuff to do. Lady Raincloud does have a lot of stuff you guys can do. Get in on it. I did not one but two socialisms in DSA today. Hell yeah. Let's go. I'm Ohio. Get on it. What results? The results of the hearing tomorrow. The hearing about literally everything we've been talking about. That's when we learn what Judge Zinnis is gonna do with all this shit. like, maybe one of the more frustrating things is that I don't have anything more concrete you guys can do outside of call, outside of like, you know, join a protest movement or start your own in your town. Like, I want there to be like a button you guys can click, you know, X number of times in order to make a difference. And there just isn't one. There's not like a mechanism. So you're doing what you can. I am doing what I can, and it's just frustrating because I want to fix it. I want to fix it so bad, and I'm so scared, and I'm so angry. Like, my anger overwhelms my fear. But like, this is scary shit. And I'm so fucking angry at the people who have imposed it on us for literally no reason. Other than like a thirst for power. So no one's coming to save us? Have I been speaking to like a brick wall? No, no one is coming to save us. That has literally always been the case. No one. No one's fucking coming. There is no fucking Ubermensch who's gonna rise from the masses. It is up to us to do what we can where we are. We save ourselves. We're boiling in the pot. It's time to make a lobster chain and get out of said pot. I have a deep and abiding anger, and that anger will tide me over. But make no mistake, by the time we are through this, and we will get through this, but by the time we're through this, the people responsible for imposing this suffering and anxiety and fear, who tortured people, who sent people into slavery and death for their own political gain, they will need to answer to a court of law. That is what is at the end of this. That is what the end goal for me is in all of this. I live to see Stephen Miller have his day in court. I want to live in a world where that motherfucker rots in jail. The same way he has condemned hundreds of others. The same way he condemned hundreds of other people without a day in court and defended their lack of due process. Every single one of these disgusting toadies needs their day in court, needs to face the people they tortured. And they need to get their justice. So, that's where we're at. I know I kind of petered out of steam there for a little bit, but like, damn. So frustrating. If there still is a law, there will always be a law. Nah, Glitchy X6, I don't think anyone deserves to be sent to a concentration camp. No matter what they've done. I think the "no one is coming for us" was meant to be a joke. I feel like I've made it abundantly clear I'm very I'm not able to distinguish that at this time if there is no additional context. I'm sorry, shit has made me a little unhinged. That's okay. You know, take some time to scream into the pillows, because, like, fuck. Misinformation mayhem. Glad to have you aboard. Welcome, welcome. And folks, we've been going for over 6 hours. If you've gotten anything out of stream today, please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because this show is only possible thanks to viewers like you. And you know, I have a basement studio renovation coming up that I need to pay for, and I'm, you know, also just like everything's gone to shit. So fuck. Take a good long rest. I will do my best to make that happen. I think after I finish streaming today, I'm gonna go like lay in a bath, maybe cry, maybe listen to like a legal podcast to get more information on what is happening. When's the next stream? Tomorrow, or later today, actually. I will probably be doing more of a chilled gaming stream, but we'll definitely open up with talking about however the hearing goes tomorrow, because that's kind of, again, like the only story. I had like another fun segment to talk about, but like, fuck. Tomorrow we might also we'll also talk about Mohsen Madawi and Rumeysa Ozturk. Got some updates on those stories. I intended to talk about them today, and I knew the Kilmar Abrego Garcia story would take it out of me. Can we play Forgotten City? Ooh, maybe. Yeah, there was literally a young Palestinian man who got arrested during his citizenship interview. Disgusting behavior. You're not powerless, but you're powerless alone. A single ship, a successful riverboat does not make. Join DSA today. True. True. Yes, remember to maximize the call value you can have by calling your representatives and senators once every day, every weekday. They do not take calls on the weekends, but they will take them Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And call about a different subject each time, because they tally them. That means that if you just call 5 times about one topic, they only count that as one call. So call about multiple different topics. Fuck, man. Thanks for being here, folks. My senators are diehard Trump supporters. Then call them and talk about the Constitution. They supposedly love that. Do the thing? Hell yeah. Bye, everybody.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man